do what we always do. Switch to the monthly. Make sure we're on the yes. All right, so on the monthly here, we can see we've kind of moved back up to the high of the previous month or close to, right? Trading yesterday up near 70. Um, that previous month's high is 49.75. Current month's high is that 42.06 quarter. We had a little kind of rejection of the low of balance, and now we're trading basically at the high of balance. So we'll look to see if there's some continuation, but overall, really, the monthly's not offering much information. Just showing us that it's moved quite significantly off the low and almost back to its open, which was 41.84. Switching to the weekly here, you can see we're above the previous week's high now. As of yesterday, right, broke above that, so that puts us, still inside the range from the week of 5-1 with that high 42.06 quarter, low 62.70 or 62 quarter, and that will be kind of the key going into today. Switching over to the daily here, you can see we had this kind of break up yesterday, right? So we're kind of right at the top of this balance. Oops, terrible line drawing here. You can see the balance really sitting like this, and we're kind of popped above it. So this high really being like 41.56, and that'll be the key level today, I think. Should the market, be able to contain the upside, it should try to hold that 41.56 level. But I mean, really, if you really think about it, right, we're really just balancing still, right? Basically, since the beginning of April, the market's just kind of stuck in this balance here. Switching over to the profiles to do a little bit of review from yesterday. We can see yesterday, right, the market opened up relatively higher, right, 41.43, traded down a little bit, ended up putting in a poor low, and then C period, real small period, right, didn't really move at all. D period came down right to that B half back, and then that's where the market basically started to take off from. So we have kind of this double distribution look from yesterday with a very wide set of single prints, right? Typically when the market has issues with certain areas, and you can see basically there was just no buying, we can call it basically this whole area here. So what does the market do? Just squeezes up past it and then starts to put in value or volume above. And so that's going to kind of be the key, right? Is the market going to be able to hold these single prints, or is this market going to get back down into this larger distribution down here and get accepted, and then we go back into balance, right? And typically if we have a fail of the upside, right, target is going to be the low side of balance. So that'll be something key that we'll have to continue to watch. We can go ahead and erase this drawing. It's an old one. We're still monitoring this level down here, 18 to 16. I think there's still some trap sellers from that day of liquidation on the 12th. And then you can kind of see, like, when we really zoom this thing out, got a high here, cluster of highs here. We broke out, so you want to see, and you can see the distribution here. We're kind of basically at the low. The key today will be to get above that settle and start holding above that settle. And so that's kind of what I'm looking for today. I'm looking for the market really, we're putting in decent excess here in the Globex session. We'll see. It might be a little bit news driven or whatever, but we'll find out. I'd like to see the market rally above that settle and hold above the settle, and then that will start giving us these 80, for that Globex high was like 84, and then we've got another one up 88, and then this excess up here. And then basically, as we're looking at it, right, we can kind of see these mechanical lows, right? Mechanical low here, another mechanical low down here, another weak low here, and we've got these kind of series of weak lows down here. And so that's just kind of telling us that these short-term traders are just really not coming out with the supply. They're not really uh excuse me, not coming out in force to kind of shove the market down. They've been being a bit more patient and even kind of shutting off at lower prices. So the key really today will be to see if we start to form a larger distribution up here higher. And if we take our volume profile, our 7-day volume profile over here, and we toss it on for 30 days, 30 days, 300 days, 30 days, you can get a little bit better picture of that distribution that I'm talking about, right, with a little bit more volume here. And so you can see that 7150, right, a little bit below 70, but that's going to be kind of the key if should the market be able to kind of continue up. Right now, you've got about, uh, you know, overnight inventory is pretty neutral, right? I would say I would lean it to the downside just because more volume and a lot more time spent down there. Um, so maybe a little bit of a correction, and if that correction sparks short covering and gets some buyers to jump up from this lower distribution to this higher distribution, they start agreeing on price up here, then upside. I still like, a pullback to like this 56 area. If the market can pull back to this area and we see buyers show up, then it will just be a matter of getting above this weak spot or even filling that in, get above the settle, and continue to the upside. Should we get down to that 56 and kind of fail and start to chop around, then I think there's decent odds we trade back down to that 37.75/38/40, whatever you want to call it, the other equilibrium that we've been tracking for forever at this point. And then should the market get past that level, we'll be looking at a test that low of balance, and that's down 12 area. Excuse me. With the market's opening, 10 handles below the settle, we'll kind of see, if anything actually comes out of it. If they show up, it doesn't really look too crazy um as far as like news or anything. I'm gonna pull up the economic calendar right now. So news today, we still have existing home sales. We've got Fed Bars testifying. Fed Jefferson's going to be talking. Then we have existing home sales, and then you get the Fed's balance sheet this afternoon after the market closes, and then reserve balances with the Federal Reserve banks after the market closes today. So, it should be interesting. You said I don't sound clear. Is my mic messed up? And then of course tomorrow we have, good old pal to come in and do what he does best and surprise the market. So we'll see what happens there. Only 9:12. Pretty quick recap. Um, just really not much, not much going on. We had a little bit of an impulse from the news event, right? A little breakdown, and then sellers stepped in at that 72 area. So 71, 72. Like I said, I think it's going to be the key level that buyers are going to need to get this market above if they want to have any chance of taking the market higher. I want to make sure we've got this marked too. The previous VPOC up there, 88.75. That's like the gate. Excuse me. That's like the gatekeeper up there. If the market's going to make a move to the upside, that's what it's going to have to do. But that's where it's going to have to get above. Take a peek at earnings today. $155. Baba. I was trading at 90. Perfect. Exactly what I. As far as the options go, since we still have some time here, we can see the 0 DTE here. You're getting a little bit of gamma basically right here at that 41.65, and that's positive gamma. Negative gamma is down here 41.50, so we can kind of expect that area to act as support should we get down there. And then on the upside, right, 41.70, naturally just because it's right here, but the next biggest level that we see is 42.10. And these are 0 DTE, so there's some people kind of shorting these 42.10s. So maybe running like a little bit of a spread up here. And you see high volume 41.50s, people buying 41.50s, 41.55s, it looks like. And so it looks like people are trading calls on the bid and the ask, mostly on the ask. That means they're buying calls. And puts are trading on the ask as well. A little interesting there. Morning, Lecker.
What do we got going on?
Morning, Rush.
Boy, it kind of went up there and tested
Morning,
the
Zoe. Morning, John.
180 and came right back down.
Morning, Jamie. Morning, Javi. I said the what?
I need to turn that off. Exit out and come back in.
You talking to yourself?
Hey, Brad, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me? I don't think you can. Still about 10 minutes until the market opens up, guys. So if you got any questions or chat about anything.
Okay, so now that I have voice, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
We could hear you
So
the
we
whole
went.
time.
Oh yeah. Well, I had two Bluetooths working. So we went up and tested that 4180, and it didn't look like yesterday had really any excess up on the top. Do you think that we're building value and going to go up and test the 4200?
I mean, it's looking that way so far. The key I think is really like the gatekeeper of the 4170 4172 area. Really, if the market can climb above that and start to hold, then I think yeah, it does probably um probably test back up to the Globex high. Seeing some buyers get stuck here early before the market opens, though. People trying to buy into the point of control, it looks like.
Yeah, trying to position themselves so that when it opens, they can instantly take profit.
Right, exactly. Oh, dang. Well, safe travels, Liquor. You're going to Thailand? Yeah, be safe, yeah. Eat some good food, too. I heard Thailand has really good food.
We caught a huge mouse in our garage.
Yeah, is it starting to warm up there?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Warm up here? No, not really. I mean, I
Mm.
mean, it's warmer than it has been, but it's like 75.
Oh, okay. Oh, because like sometimes warm weather can just drive, you know, creatures and fucking insects and all kinds of shit like
Well,
inside.
we've had this mouse, and I haven't been able to figure out where it was nesting at, and it looks like it's. I mean, it was like if you went tail to nose, it was probably 13, 14 inches long. It was
Oh,
a
that's
big,
a rat.
like rat.
Jesus.
As a rat.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it got stuck on our. I have those sticky mats because I have fucking little dogs that can
Hang on,
get
I'll be right back.
everywhere. Who was that?
Switching the past this call.
My bad. What were you saying? You can't put those sticky pads down because the dogs.
No, I was saying I have to put sticky pads instead of poison down because the dogs somehow, I mean, I can put it in certain spots, but if that mouse picks it up and drops it somewhere, it could make one of the dogs sick. So I can only put it underneath the house. But we found they were nesting. Check this shit out. Outside the house, underneath the eaves, on top of that patio cover that we have.
Oh yeah.
In the top corner, there was a hole. They had chewed a hole through the wood into the attic. So I had poison up in the attic, so it killed a bunch of them up there, and I thought that was it. But we had this one that we couldn't get rid of, and what he did is he was climbing up the lemon tree onto that roof. Well, we trimmed the lemon tree back way far, and then now he probably got stuck in the house. He had no way to get out because he can't fit out the garage door unless he jumped through the doggy door, and he'd probably not smart enough to figure that shit out. And so
they're
he
pretty
was stuck
smart.
we think that the fact that he was stuck in the garage, he was obviously looking for food, and there's no food in our garage anymore. And so he was going to the only things that had a little bit of food on them, and those were these sticky traps that I had underneath the refrigerator and wire racks we have in the garage. And we just repiped them. We repiped the house.
Oh yeah, I saw Denise post something about it.
Yeah, we replaced the water heater, and when we replaced the water heater, they found a bunch of rocks and rust and stuff like that in the pipes, so we ended up having to replace that so we can rent it.
Fuck that, burn the house down. What strike do you have, Tobias? You have calls for next week too? Superhead game on the 320s. 320 calls might be pretty decent there. A lot of people holding short, right? Looks like some buyers got stuck here at like the 68. And then you're seeing offers come in 67. We popped that. This was just liquidation. It wasn't really selling. The selling really didn't come in until up here, that 72 area. So it could run right back up to it. So just be careful here on the open minutes. I got the guy coming out to my house today for the split systems. Gonna price it out for me. If it's worth it to have someone do it or do it myself. Yeah, the mini splits. Yeah. You have the 120s? Or 320s? Yeah, 320s would be good, I think. Yeah, you just got to be careful when it gets to that 320. You could ghetto spread these. They're for next week. Tough. I mean, if we keep getting upside, they should be good. Microsoft's been kind of leading the pack, so Microsoft should keep going. Once it gets up to like 326, you might want to be looking to either sell like some 330s against them or some 335s or something. because there's a lot of resistance basically from 315 to 350. 350 is at all-time high. If it can turn this 315 into support though, you'd be good. You might be able to. All right, there's the open. Seller comes in right there. See what we get. So a seller came in basically on that 68, right where those buyers were at. We gotta wonder, is that buyer capitulating? Failure to hold it below the open would be a bullish sign. Can't break Globex low, that'd be another bullish sign. Do this long here. What the fuck just happened there? The book's pretty thin. So jump this down to like. Yeah, book is looking pretty thin to start. Sellers get stuck on this low here twice. 530, 430, 420. Careful if this 66 goes bid here. If you start seeing bids step up, this thing could pop.
Are speaking right now on the open?
I think so, yeah.
The book might be thin because of him, maybe.
Yeah, because everyone's fucking nervous. Thoughts are in a call, my uncle said.
I'm watching that 73, 74. Looks like there's some buyers that got caught on the way
Yeah.
down.
Yeah, and then a seller came in underneath them, 72. That's what I was looking at as well.
Yeah, yeah.
My gold short's going pretty well. Gold finally fell apart. I figured, oh, damn. Sorry, I'm closing out this Walmart short. Well, it's actually a strangle, but. Nice, I closed for 411. Sorry. Offer still trying to come in this 67. Edward Park, good morning. It's been so long. Been so long. Morning, Brian. Sounds like a song.
Yeah, it sounds like a Linkin Park song.
Yeah. Tried so hard, yet so. All right, we're probably good to go here. There's the 68 half or 68 quarter. See where that 500 came in. That's their last line of defense right there. They keep shoving it back down below the open though. Decent seller on the 67 too. But he's got nothing. No juice. Someone needs to call Tupac. We see we got a pretty negative breath. You can see the nice CAD's down pretty decently. Tick opened up pretty low, kind of trying to come back up here. Sector box is looking not the greatest. So far the market's kind of sticking this little uptrend though, trying to hold it. You figure there's just probably so many shorts trapped from yesterday and in this balance that any chance that it gets down here or any time it does, that buyers are going to show up and kind of continue to hold this thing.
Second bot got into a call as well, so both bots are in calls.
Are you at the airport?
Yeah, just sitting at the terminal.
Nice. The buyers being aggressive here. You can see, like, look at that. They're kind of meeting the supply here. And you keep seeing these bigger buyers kind of step up a little bit higher here now. Right, they trapped them down at the low and they keep stepping up here, so they need to make a run for it. All right. VWAP's up at 71, which is kind of in line with what we expect. We should expect some selling up here for sure. You know, that would make sense to see some selling. Let's see what they got. Nice little short covering. As we come into 72, that's kind of where that offer was at earlier. And then 73, 74, like Roach was saying, there was some buyers that got stuck up there. So look to see if they cover or they just kind of bought this dip. Because it's really not that, 10 points lower. That doesn't necessarily mean they're shaking out. Nasdaq's above yesterday's high. Yeah, Nasdaq's on a tear. Even Dow's making a new high. Apple's on a move up. Nvidia's on a tear to the upside, up about that almost $3 since the open. Everything's looking strong. I added to this trade too, so my average is not great. I got 64.75, 67 quarter, 69.75 on the way up, so I'll be probably taking some off right here quick just to off some risk. That's funny, Brian. You get a little bit of a reoffer there, right? Kind of exactly what we were expecting on 72. Now we just want to see how strong the reaction is. Is the strength of this selling strong enough to take the market below the open? Answer is, oh, yeah. And the resistance right where we expected it. Offer still trying to come in here. A little bit of buyers maybe got stuck here. You see, you know, almost 1,000 lots trade up here. Over 1,000 lots in the top 4 ticks. Decent volumes coming in though, so it should be set up pretty decent still. Even seeing some bids come up to match. The book's thickening up a little bit here. Two offers starting to pile on up top. A little bit of a buying shuts off pattern at the VWAP. We're coming right back down to the low here. See if they can bust it past the open. We've still got some stuck shorts of like 66. 66 and then on 65 as well. There's some decent selling down there that wasn't able to sustain any downside. Buyers need to get this thing back above 71. Sellers need to get this thing back below 66. Pretty tight range to start. We got 8 points of a range to start the session here. Offers trying to stack here. See these offers trying to move down? Watch to see if they actually trade. So this offer moves down below 70. Maybe just trying to hold the market down so it can get filled here, because you see big bid order, big buy orders come in right after they show. Let's see if it trades or it moves. It traded. Nasdaq's still looking pretty good. The Dow kind of gave up a lot of its highs, and it's actually back below, or a lot of its gains are back below the open now. The healthcare is kind of struggling here. Weighted AD is positive. The tick did bust above 0, but just kind of failed to hold it and trying to get back above it now. Nasdaq catching another little bid here. Microsoft trying to make a new high. Apple came back down to range. Nvidia still moving higher. This is an important piece of the puzzle here. If this 70 goes bid, right, because it seems like that's where they moved down off that 73 trying to hold this 70. See all the volume coming in? Box shifts up. If the 70 goes bid, then we probably make a new high. Target would, to the upside, first target be that 79, right? Yesterday's high. If they hold this... Oh, good.
One of the NVIDIA bots sold, just letting you know.
Oh, okay.
It still looks strong. I'm not sure why it got out. I'm guessing it was just saw signals, so just I'm letting you know.
And so on the inverse side, if they are able to hold this 70, and really like 70 to 73, the high here, then we probably make a new low. A lot of volume comes in, kind of showing buyers moving up. But if buyers kind of fail to pop this thing higher, that would, we would assume that they're getting stuck. And then comes off of that as a liquidation. So be careful here. You got tech like pretty much trying to hold the market up, and it's just struggling. Stock shifts back down. Look like some more shorts got stuck right here at 67. Little short-term battle here.
Yeah, it looked like 68 quarters. The leap above. You know what I mean? Once they got above it, buyers stepped in or shorts covered.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. Like, I mean, you keep seeing these big buy orders come in, but they just can't uptick the market yet. Like they're waiting on something. We have existing home sales too in 8 minutes, so. Come on, like, just fucking get above that 71 already. This is tough, right? Market's really kind of indecisive, back and forth across the open a couple of times here. It kind of failing to get above. All of our sector boxes is kind of starting to go red, except tech. Even financials looked like it was going to pop to green, but then basically kind of rolled over. Now we're starting to see our weighted AD possibly start to roll over. The S&P 500 made a new low as far as the advanced decline goes. And bids trying to step up here, 68.75. They just need to pop above the 71. Decent offer tries to come in, a little bit of volatility. Still got 6 minutes until the existing home sales come out. I don't know how much of a mover they're really going to be, to be honest with you. I don't know if market's really tracking them that close, but not out of the question. And then we have bars on right now. So when those existing
Breaking this trend line on the 1 minute.
yeah, it looks like it's about to go. We just keep seeing these sellers get stuck down here too.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping it would just liquidate but not make a lower low, and then maybe some response pops in.
Yeah, buy it a little bit.
We haven't been able to get into the singles from yesterday so far.
Yeah, it's like it looks kind of weak for buyers, but it also doesn't look strong for sellers either. Right, so maybe the news brings a liquidation. We pay attention to the news to see if they, give any any signals. Volume below 60 would be a signal, but if it just comes down to 60 and then pops, then that'd be a buy. Come on, let's go this time. Two minutes until news. Come on, let's see that POC shift and see the market pop. Everyone together.
Nasdaq caught a new high.
Yeah. The Dow's making a low though. Value is just kind of killing the market today. Oh, here we go. To stick these shorts. These shorts are getting stuck right here. Look how thick they are, from like 70 to 69, 69 quarter. Come on, just go bid 70. So in order for the upside to happen, you're going to need a bid on the backside of 70. So 70, 70 quarter, you just need a strong bid to come in. And if that comes in, then we should easily pop to 74, 75. But if this offer keeps moving down and keeps holding, these buyers are forced to liquidate, myself included. There's B period. Offer comes in. See that offer stick the 70 quarter there. They're saying, hey, if you're a real bid, come and get me. It's still kind of reloading up there. Offer's trying to come in 69.5. The Dow will be more affected by the home sales, yeah. Looks like they came in green. Home sales. They're pretty much unchanged. Except for month over month is down 3.4%. They were expecting it to stay pretty neutral, so less people buying houses. But that just makes sense because interest rates are higher. And existing home sales for the whole month was fairly lower. 0.28, 0.02 less. No real crazy reaction. Like some buyers might have got stuck 68 right there. See what they get. They're nice. They pop them up actually. So some buyers front running the open there. That's a sign of strength, I think. At least kind of how I look at it. Like, if they be more patient, just buy the open. Being a little bit more aggressive there. No follow through though. The Dow still below its open. Nasdaq coming off of its high a little bit here, just about 10 handles off of its high. Microsoft coming back into range as well. Still above yesterday's high though. Basically coming right back down to yesterday's high. Nasdaq
Nasdaq looks like
or
there's.
Nvidia still on a tear to the upside.
Yeah, I was gonna say Nvidia and AMD are still popping, and Nasdaq appears to be recovering a little bit. I mean, it was a little bit retracing, but it hasn't really fallen.
No, it was only like 10 handles off the high. It's not really too much. I have to start playing some DMX here. Where my dogs at? Finally, thank God. Oh my goodness. Whew. Been sweating my ass off this whole time. Now let's get some continuation, you little bitch.
Nasdaq made a new high.
Yep. Dow's firming up above its open now. See if we can get some continuation. Weighted AD's making a new high. Ticks back above 0. Popping the VWAP nicely. Oh, don't even with this fucking poor high with us. Not in the mood. Here we go. Next level up 79. Oh, man. I was sweating for a while. I was long. 69, 75, 64, 75, 68, 69, 50, 71, 50, 67 quarter. All just pinned against the low. Just like, don't make a new low, don't make a new low, don't make a new low. Oh, dude, I was sweating, Roach. I was sweating. Believe me. I had such a nice entry, and then I added on 69 and 68, and so then it came back down. I was like, motherfucker, you're kidding me. And then it came back up, and then it was just like sitting on 68. And then, it came down 71 quarter. I added another one. So basically, my average was like 68 for the most part. And then it popped on 71.50. I thought it was going to go. So I added one more 71.50. And then it came back down to 68. So then my average was like 69 half. And so I'm just like sitting there with fucking 6 lots on and just like, you know, I had them all stop the low at a low. So if we made a new low, I would have ran for the hills. But just like, fucking come on. My sellers are just fucked here. I'm not closing this position at all. I'm just gonna hold all day. Alright, well, I guess I can just go do whatever because I'm not gonna be taking it. I don't know if that's really beast. It was just like a normal trade, right? I just built a position. I actually got off sides a little bit. Luckily for my first fill was so nice that it kind of offset that shitty fill. And then, I mean, just I know if we break the low, then we'll probably go lower. So I'll just get stopped out, you know. Yeah, it did feel like 4 hours. $4,200 this week. Yeah, I could see that. My first target's 79. Yesterday's high. And then next target, I mean, we'll go Globex high 84, that VPOC 88.75, and then that 42.06 quarter would be the next look. $42.06 quarter is the gap above. Damn, I'm so fucking pumped that I mean, if it goes up, right? If we go up and get that gap, but we're in that one gap from yesterday, the daily gap, the one that Tommy was telling us about, the one that I forgot about. You gotta stand up like every 30 minutes to get your fucking blood flow and make sure you don't lose your brain. This gap here. This one here. So the low of this gap is 82 quarter. So you may see some resistance there, 82 quarter. But what I'm so excited about is if you remember on Monday, we were kind of like thinking like, you know what, it's gonna go down and test this gap and then go up, and then it just didn't do it. And then we were like, you know what, we could be looking at this backwards. It may need to go up and get the liquidity first before it can roll over, and we nailed it. The excitement of the market profile, right? When you really understand it and really understand what the market's trying to tell you what to do, then you actually listen. We got 78 quarter up there.
Right, I was showing a gap that started a little further down.
Yeah, it started further down, but we filled a little bit of it yesterday, and then
Gotcha.
it ends at 82.50. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I thought you said bottom of the gap started at 82.50. I was like, what?
Well, I meant like the bottom of
Yeah,
that that day. My bad.
No, you're good.
Yeah, I even completely forgot about that gap. Yesterday, I got back and we were just chatting, and Tommy's like, "Yeah, we traded through the gap." And I'm like, "No, gap's higher." I just need to get back on the other side of this 76. Like, so these offers are trying to move down 75, and there's kind of a lot of volume on the buy side here, 76. So That's all we wanted to see. Book's definitely thickening up a little bit here. We got 300 lots sitting up at the 80.
The other AMD bot sold. The only one left in is the NVIDIA bot.
Apple's making a new high right now. You get the breath almost flipping back to zero here, almost back to neutral. Everything's looking. You know, they say some trades make your month. Hear that in a book. Give us the 79 already. There you go, you fucker. Mm-mm-mm. Took 2 off right here at the 79.5. Got 3 left. We come back down to 75, I might add one. Back. Really don't want to see this thing back below 76, actually, to be honest with you guys. I'd like to see these sellers get stuck right here on 77.5 and then Microsoft is on the juice. Even the Dow, you know, just made a new high as well. It wants to move higher. This is right where that gap's at too, so a little bit of selling naturally. See that offer trying to move down to smash price and just gets fucking taken to the cleaners. This makes up for not being able to trade yesterday. Yeah, Nasdaq's on the tear to the upside. 4206 half after this 88.75. So look at all the sector boxes, pretty much turning green here. Except healthcare. I think is looking nice. The breath did flip here on the Nasdaq. It's green now, and the NYSE breath is about to flip. The S&P breath did flip. Good. A little bit of profit taking up there at 87 from fucking chicken shit buyers. More sellers stuck at 85 there. So let's see if these buyers just keep buying it again. This is right. 87's like they started taking profit. The market should slow down here. So if we're, remember how, the market profile definitions work. As we're approaching a place where market has been previously valued, we can kind of assume that the market's going to slow down. So let's do this instead. Here's our unfair spot up there, 92. We're getting close to that point of control. We're getting back inside this upper value here. So we're completely above balance, right? Even on like the bigger scheme of things, we're above the balance. So as we're getting above the balance, the market should start to slow to give sellers the opportunity to sell, to give buyers the opportunity to sell, to give new buyers the opportunity to buy, and to give new sellers the opportunity to sell. And so the key here, really, what we want to see, since this distribution low is kind of where the market's starting to slow, is the next level up is we want to see up above this 92. We get a nice volume up above this 92. That would increase the odds for the upside. Failure to do that, right? And this because that should bring out short covering. All these people are thinking they're safe. They're reoffering a little bit lower. They should cover with volume above this 92, and then that would take us like 42.06 half to 42.22. Where's the top gap? The gap is 42.2075. Okay. Nice. Mm. Profit taken. This time it's met with a bid. C period opens up. A lot of single prints once again. Right at that previous VPOC. Bids are still stepping up. Natural gas storage data just came out. Up. Comes in 99 billion. Expected was 108 billion. Last was 78 billion. We've got a decent amount of natural gas storage, I guess. Where's gold at? 960. Let's fucking. Oh, today is such a good day. Morning, Steve. What's so funny, honey? Mm. Yeah, my Baba position's down. Really, it's down 30%. It's only $60, but I might just flatten it out. It's not doing what I expected. Loss on for 40. I sold puts though. So let's take a look at the chart before we just abandon it. Because it's we're 85 puts and it's 86 quarter. I think I'm good. Should get an influx of buying above this 93.5. Shorts covering. I moved the stop up to 89.5. In case we don't get this pop. I'm gonna chase this one. Stop up to 91 now. Just on one lot, so I still have 3 lots on, so just the one lot is gonna cover 91 if it comes back down. You want to talk about brass tacks, Javi? That gold short that I've been sitting in for like a couple of days now. The silver got beat up pretty bad last week, like got massacred. And so I figured, oh well, if gold hasn't done it, it's gonna have to do it eventually, especially if the market's gonna go up. And then it was basically just doing nothing. Yesterday it finally went in the green, and then today it's deep in the green. I only have one lot on, because gold's I don't know, gold's tougher to. Gold just can massacre you, like hurt your feelings and everything. Break your heart, break your bank account. That. Oh, you got a 84? No. Still a good trade though. Just that little pullback got you, huh? Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't expecting such a big move either, to be honest with you. I just had good positioning, so I don't want to give it up. 2 lots left on now, so. Yeah, 28 points on 4 lots. Can't complain about that. Then you'll be me complaining about bread. Right, Roach? All right, Lecker. Have a good trip, man. Tell John we said hi. I'm pretty sure that's where he's at. That's where he lives at. So we didn't quite get the capitulation that I thought we would over that spot right there. I thought we would get a lot more people try to short cover. It looks like they're trying to reoffer. I'll leave the level on. Maybe they try to reoffer and they get stuck.
Yeah, I got that 94 area marked as like a monthly like resistance. Or like a place where like a lot of candles started and stopped on the bigger token.
94, you said?
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna add one right here, 91.5. That would at least if it gets down to it.
Yeah, if you look at like a weekly chart, we bounced here on the way down, and then like the last few months, or shoot, almost the last year,
Yeah, I see
we keep
that.
coming to this area and like get rejected.
Especially last year, like May, there's like 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 9 days basically that just couldn't do what they needed to. Oh, zoom out, you fucker. There we go. I hate when I double click on toss and it just like brings up the fucking settings menu. What are you doing? Nice. I moved my stop to break even on this ad just because if it does go like I'm adding at such a high level that I don't want to fuck up. Basically. Don't be afraid to just go up. I'm buying, trying to come in right here on this 92. Looks like. Just put it on, took it off.
Break below like 90 would be the first like break of uptrend.
Yeah. Kind of seeing some consolidation here. And put the position back on. Seems like a lot of absorption up here, a lot of offering, and yet the market's kind of not really able to get too many downticks here. There it is. Orders, sellers got stuck. 94. A decent offer trying to come down here, 90s, 91 to 90 quarter. Let's see if they can downtick them. If they can't downtick them, then we got to buy this. And just assume they're getting stuck. But if they keep downticking them, then I'll just step out of the way. They re-offered the 90 again. Amno's make or break time for me right here. Weak spots below are like 83, 81. Moved all my stops to 79.5. Giving back a ton, but I have to. To the moon. Yeah, I wonder if Bitcoin's recovering pretty decently. I almost closed those Baba fucking short puts, and here they are back in the green.
Nice. Got long 84.75.
Good shit, bro. Let's see if they get jammed up again on this 87 here. Looks like they might have. What the fuck just happened there? Should be good till like 91 TJ, 91, 92 half. There's an offer trying to step in here, 89 though, but strong. They're getting a little bit of size there on that 89 right there.
Yeah, closed. Actually, it closed a little early. I didn't wait for my exit signal. My stop would be at 87 right now. Or 86.75.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's a perfect stop too, because that's where these on that pop up after that's where they got stuck again. It looks like 87.
I missed that whole freaking move up, so I'm just trying to be picky about a spot to get in. So. That was the area I wanted to long that. We pulled back into that spot, and then like made the high. I drew the box on where to get long, and then started writing something down, and it was already above my spot. I was like, "Dang, God." Trying to get better at exit strategy. And sticking to like don't get out until it tells me to get out.
What is your what are you using? You said your exit signal. What are you using for that?
Basically what I'm doing is trailing like a 2-minute, depending on the setup, either a 1 minute or 2-minute candle. So like I'll stay like 2 1-minute candles behind where I got in at.
Okay.
And use that as like because I'm kind of like riding the momentum or the squeeze up or whatnot. That or like if it breaks like a smaller moving average like the 9 EMA or something. But I'm trying to focus on those just because there's so many times where I get in a good position and I just get out too soon, you know. So
Right.
I'm trying to use, which yesterday would have worked out great. I freaking did the same thing yesterday. Had a 2-point trade, and I trailed the 2-minute candles, and the first time it broke was 14 points higher.
Damn.
Yeah, it's like, gosh.
Yeah, that's annoying too. But like at least you're experienced enough to know now. Like just because you missed it doesn't necessarily mean that you need to get in now because it's gonna always keep going. So patience really helps out.
Yeah, for sure. Done that too many times. You're like, fine, I'll just get in, buy the top tick.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You buy the 94 and it pulls back to 84.
Constitution was written by
You're right, Brad. I mean, there's no substitute for experience. I mean,
No,
you can read
there's
all the
not.
books you want, but until you've seen it and done it, like, I mean, I'm kind of the opposite of you guys right now. I'm in a short, and it shot way up, and normally I would have said, oh shit, it's gonna go the other way, and flipped it back to the, you know what I mean? And
Been in and out of the position.
now I'm just following my charts, following my plan, sticking to my plan, and you know, yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, and it really like it even makes losing easier. Like, you know, not that losing is fun ever, but like when you do lose a trade that you at least followed your plan on, it doesn't sting as much. You know, you're kind of like, well,
Yeah.
you know, I did what I could here.
Yeah, and then you're trying to at least try to figure out, you know, what you did wrong, so you can do better instead of just being like, oh well, fuck it, you know.
Right.
Yeah. So it's all
Yeah,
good.
my first. Well, I missed the first two trades I wanted to take, but the first trade I actually took, I got in a little late, so my trade location wasn't the best, so it made it harder for me to hold. So like basically now, if the position if it starts going my way, I basically just have to wait 2 minutes and then start managing my stop. And I got in late, like when it filled me at like 74.5, and you know, it rotated back to like the impulse zone, which I held through. Um, but then like after I took the first half off and my stop moved to break even, it came back and took me out.
Yeah, that's annoying as fuck.
I ended up closing that last one. I didn't want to wait for it to close before I board, so I'm out.
All right, have a safe flight.
Taking it too late.
He's
Where you
going to
going?
Mexico.
Mexico.
Gonna go visit the kids.
I love
Boise.
that.
Oh, you're going to Boise. Oh, I thought you were going to Cabo.
No, that's not till I don't know June sometime.
Hard to keep up
But I
with
will
your
be
busy
going there soon.
schedule. You're always on the move, so.
Oh, he's getting yelled at.
There, get off the phone.
Kim was like, Stacy, we're getting on now.
No, it's just me. She's not. She's back at home with the dog.
Oh, she's not coming? Uh-oh. Is it still snowing out in Boise, or is it... I don't know how the seasons work out
It's
there.
gonna be 84 this weekend. I think almost all weekend.
Oh, nice. That would be nice. Yeah, for sure, Tobias. Yeah, Microsoft is fucking... It looks like it's kind of stiffening up above that 315 here. So if it can hold that 315, I mean, anything can happen tomorrow though, because tomorrow we've got PAL. So I think it'd be better to at least manage it a little bit. Like maybe turn it into a spread. Like if you've taken half, you've got some profits there, and then if you can spread it with a higher strike. I don't see. Lost it. So you said they're next week's, right? Oh, so you still have, yeah, you still have. The 320 calls. You said there are 320 calls, right? So you should be... It looks like right around $3.50 is kind of the high spot for these the past year. So Microsoft calls. But if you were to you traded them yesterday, you should be pretty decently in the money because they're trading for 280 now. So even if you paid $2 for them, took half off, you could, theoretically sell these 325s for $1.25. They're trading $1. Mid price is like $1.31. Just to protect against any kind of chaos that might come tomorrow from Powell. Right, so you have just a spread. So you have these calls. These are the 320s. I don't know what you paid for them, but they're up right now, right, for sure. And then if you sell the 325 calls, or like let's say you paid $2 for them, you sell these 325 calls and they're trading for 130. So you're gonna get, you'll sell these, you'll get 130 for every one that you sell. Minus this, you get, minus 70, so a lot less risk. But if it keeps going up, you're still, because 320, Microsoft's trading 316 right now, basically. But you're still chilling. The only thing that happens, you make money the whole way up. The only thing that doesn't make money is if it gets above the 125s by next Friday. But even if it does, you just only make money up to the 324.99, and that's it. So, in reality, that's what I would do. I would probably spread them because of Powell. But I'm a bitch, so don't listen to me. I hate fucking giving money back to the market. Dirty little thieves fucking have enough. They don't need ours. But if it does, like, all of a sudden just gap up to like fucking, 330 by next week, then you're gonna be missing out on some extra cash for sure too. So a lot of options there. D period's opening up. All right, time for you shorts to get the fuck out of the way. This guy's just trying to hold it down to get filled. Yep, stupid fucker. Come on, just get out of the way. There we go. We're like Aladdin right now. There you go. Microsoft climbing back up to held that 315 nicely. Apple's making a new high. Nvidia is just still on a fucking tear. And Nvidia is gonna hit 315. Remember we talked about this? Oh, my uncle's not even on. Never mind. Nvidia is just massacring this year. Anyone like that's why I don't understand. Like you look at these 13 Fs that came out, and like I don't see a lot of people super long Nvidia. And if we look at I mean this is from yesterday, but I don't know if it updates automatically. But you look at the year-to-date performance, Nvidia's up 112%, and it's up another 4% today. Like, fucking, how come Warren Buffett's not fucking gobbling up Nvidia? You know? Microsoft is. That's why Microsoft's on a tear as well. And we might be seeing, like, so we've talked about this, like how some companies are not going to make it, right? And we never think about Google being that company. And I'm not saying that it's gonna be, and Google's doing just fine as well. But as far as the race of AI goes, right? Google's winning, or Microsoft is dominating Google, like by a fuckload. And so, like, if you have two people that are in the same space, and right, they're both relatively newer companies, you know, popularized in like the 2000s, so like 20 years old. It's not really like that old of a company. Well, probably like they're probably made like 96 or something like that. All right, just start fucking chilling out. Bullshit. $98 for Google. Yeah, so I was pretty close. 96. Microsoft 75. So Microsoft's a little bit older, but regardless, still relatively newer companies. You know, they're not like fucking Coca-Cola or General Mills or something like that. Oh, come on. We're just gonna be done right here. I made a couple mistakes today with this stupid fucking. Should have just held the Walmart calls. Basically, what I did with Walmart was, watch list. With Walmart, I sold. What are these? The 152 half calls. So I mean, it jumped up pretty early here, but then came kind of back down. Now trading 151. But basically, as long as it finished underneath of this 152, if I were to have actually held it, which I didn't, so bitch, but and then I sold the 150, 147 puts. So those, I mean, you know, did great because the market moved away really far away from them. I should have just closed those and then tried to hold these calls, but chickened out. But as long as if it were to close today, the theta would basically kill it, and these 152 half calls would have been at least worth double. They are now. And then right now I'm short BABA calls. No, puts actually. BA. Short 85 puts. So as long as we finish the day above 85, which BABA's seeming to firm up there a little bit, they should be good. They're sitting at, they're up 11%. They were pretty cheap, to be honest. I paid 66 cents for them. So 66 bucks. They're weeklies. That's why like if it expires above, if today closes above 85, tomorrow when it opens, as long as it opens above 85, they're gonna be just fucking worth half at least. Nasdaq's on a fucking mission. Nasdaq's up 1.3. Gold's down 1.4. Bitcoin and ETH are both, well, Bitcoin's basically flat. ETH is down, basically flat. ES is up about 0.5%. Russell's up 0.21. Silver is getting a fucking beating again, down 1.5%. The VIX is down 2%. Dow's up 0.13. That's the catch-up trade there, but it's not really working out. AMD's up 3%. Apple's up 1%. Amazon 1%. Google 1.1. Meta's up 0.5%. Microsoft up only 1%, but Microsoft had a tear yesterday as well. Netflix up 6%, 8%
Nice
from
shirt.
yesterday's close.
Thank you.
Nvidia up 3%. Kevin, we could hear you. Tesla's up about 0.5% as well. Yeah,
You have a
Bitcoin is
skill?
not looking good, Caesar. You're right. I was thinking the same thing, and this is something that, right? It's like an ultimate risk on. We're gonna be able to change this. What's up with this thing? Why is it all fucking? We need to go row size 100. Looks better, I guess. And then I had these sessions. I was doing a little bit of back
200 a
testing.
lot of times.
200? Okay, let me try that one. Let me give it
I could probably just quit and chew gum.
not that hard. One time I smoked every day from like 12 years old till 21 and then quit on a dime for fucking 14 years. Never did it again. So anything's possible, Kevin.
Oh yeah. No, I've quit 1,000 times.
I've quit fast.
But so what I was saying, Caesar, is like a lot of times what will happen is the selling will come into Bitcoin, right? It's a highest risk asset. And a lot of times the pump in Bitcoin will come before the market pump comes too. So it's been kind of a leading indicator. So this is something definitely important that we want to be paying attention to. What we'd like to see Bitcoin close at today, even if the market closes on the high, right? Market's pulling back a little bit here. I mean, not really, but it's like 7 handles off the high. But what we'd like to see today is we'd like to see Bitcoin close above this big volume cluster, right? Because we kind of moved down, right? Kind of traded sideways for the past couple of days. So we'd like to see it get above this 27,500, we'll call it, and close up here. Even if it just gets up here and just closes up here, that would be a more bullish instance, right? Because then any move down, we assume these are all stuck shorts. You see the big volume nodule down here. So Powell comes in tomorrow, pushes the market down. The market doesn't get below this 26.8. We'll call it 26.5. Well, no, that's a little bit too low. We'll call it 26.7. There we go. Meet in the middle. So if it doesn't get below that 26.7, you're going to assume that all these guys are going to cover their shorts, and that could cause that rally, especially if it holds up here, because then the sweat starts building overnight.
Well, some of us would like to see it drop down to like 15 before that happens, but
15,000?
Yeah, that's just us buyers,
Well, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing
people-
it. I'm just talking about like
Anybody-
short time. I'm talking about short time.
Yeah, but it does just kill me though that people want to buy, they talk about they want to buy Bitcoin, but then they also want to see the price go up. It's like, well, if you want to buy it, you don't want to see the price go up. It kills me. It's like, like if you see something go on sale at a store, you don't not buy it because it's on sale. But that's what people do with Bitcoin. Like, oh, price is way down, I'm not buying it. Well, that's when you.
That's a misconception. So like, because
I have a misconception.
So sometimes things can be valued at higher prices, even when they weren't valued at lower prices. Does that make sense?
Well, isn't that the misconception that it's better at the higher price? I mean, if you look at volume goes up as the price goes up, which is crazy.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. So more and more people are starting to buy it higher. I'm not saying in this Bitcoin situation that you're wrong. I'm saying like in the overall supply and demand theory, sometimes what can happen is like price can go up, and then the people that were here and they're like, it's garbage, I don't want it. But then it goes up and they're like, oh shit, I need it. You know what I mean? And so then they start buying it.
Convicted, is that the word? I don't know. And you plan on, holding it for 5 years or 10 years or whatever, you want the price to go down. I mean,
right.
Right. But everybody's like, oh no, it needs to go up. Okay, well then you're kicking yourself in the dick. I mean, unless all the Bitcoin you have is all you're ever going to have, then you want to go up.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Brad.
But sometimes stuff can get more value as it gets higher. I mean, look what happened to Bitcoin in 2010, 2018, 2020. Like, it got higher, and then everyone's like, "Fuck, I need it," and then it went even higher. What's up, TJ?
I had 2 questions. I was just gonna ask you, like how you're managing your trade. Like since we have singles, blows, and D, like are you taking it all off at a certain point? Like what do you look for that? And then because sometimes we'll put 3 or 4 TPOs wide and then continue up. So I didn't know, like, do you just wait to get back in? Do you take everything off but 1 and hold it below further level down? Or like what's your
well, I added 2 more. I added one on 86.75 and one on 91.50. Took one off at 95, and so now I have 4 lots on, and I have all of my stops at 88.75 or 88.50. Yeah, 88.50. So if it comes down to 88.50, I'll just be flat.
Okay, cool.
And just because, like, I mean, not that I don't think it can keep going up, but just I think if it breaks this, like, you see how we have the kind of this weak volume here. I'm assuming that these guys are stuck short here, and so that's kind of why I'm hiding right below them. So if it comes down here, we get that short covering, that'd be nice. Maybe even add again once it gets back above 90. But if it gets through that, then there's decent odds we trade all the way down here. I mean, all the way 4 more points. But I just don't want to risk, just because there's a lot of single prints, and I don't want to.
Right.
There's really nowhere to to hide inside here, so I have to kind of hide up here.
I'm kind of surprised your stop is like a few ticks above the singles closing.
Yeah, I mean that's just where the volume
Because you're
shelf
talking
kind of.
about that thin spot.
Exactly. I expect them to step
Yeah.
up before that. If they don't step up before that, then they're probably weak anyways, and if it pops above 90, like I don't mind buying again up there. Like I said, I added twice up here, so
Yeah. Okay.
86, 75, 91 half.
My other question I had was on a lot of these S&B Capital videos, they're always talking about RVOL. Like they look for things that have RVOL over a certain number. And I was
Mm-hmm.
curious what the difference, maybe if you could explain RVOL, like what's the difference in just regular volume and RVOL?
RVOL is just relative volume, so just relative to like whatever the set number of days is. So like on the daily chart, I have this thing on the bottom. We have the like 30-day average. I don't know what the fuck this is doing. Oh, this is on the NICE. So we're above like the 30-day average, 100%, 170% of the last 5 days. And then the RVOL is 2.1. So basically, like, and I'm on BABA. What am I doing here? Fucking. I was wondering why it was so high. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah. So here's the 30-day average is about 1.2 million. That makes more sense. And then today we're only about 500,000. So we're a little bit less, and we're 0.85 above the RVOL. So what they like to see is stuff kind of like how we're looking at BABA. They like to see this situation because what it's telling you is that there's a lot more buying or a lot more trading going on, so that relative volume is getting a little bit higher. Most of those S&B guys are trading stocks, and so like the RVOL isn't
Right.
necessarily as important as it is like even if we start clicking through these, like here's oil, RVOL is 0.6, maybe NASDAQ is higher, not even, but we start to get
So
to
is
like,
RVOL, is it kind of just looking like an average? Like the last 10 days, it's only been this, but today is like 3 times what it normally is. Is that basically
yeah,
what it's doing?
here, watch, I'll show you the, um,
So kind of like the 1 minute candle I got.
so this is just basically telling us the average volume per period, which is whatever the chart's on right now. It's on 30 minutes. And then the volume per the day, and then volume times average volume, or volume divided by average volume. And then it just gives us the percentage. So it's basically just telling us relative volume if the volume is coming up. But if you use it like on a lower time period, like the 1 minute, like you're saying, yeah, that would work. I mean, I think that would be good, right? Put it here, and you could see like down here, and this is app.
Operating the same way, like basically just telling you when there's more volume than there normally is.
Right. Yeah, that's basically all RVOL is. Only thing is, it doesn't work the same way as it does on stocks, like it does on futures, because the futures volume is dictated a little bit by the stocks, but sometimes you can have like, because they're looking for their stocks with high RVOL. It doesn't necessarily matter what the market's doing, right? If it's a stock that's correlated to the market, then it does matter a little bit. But if it's just getting high relative volume, then they have more opportunity to get a bigger move, right? Because they're looking for just a move anywhere, not necessarily just in the futures. And whereas like what can happen that brings volume into the futures is unexpected moves, like if we were to break outside expected ranges, or get past like a high gamma level, then market makers be forced to kind of buy futures, and that would bring up the volume. But if you're doing it like a shorter term, I kind of like that. because then you can see, like, especially if we're looking at the 1 minute, and let's say it's a bar that breaks trend, right? Which we kind of haven't yet, but like let's say this one does. We break trend and actually get like a good volume on the trend break, and then don't pop back up above, then that can tell us, okay, well maybe we're getting a little bit of a switch here, and we got to start managing our position a little bit better. Come down, stop me out, go back up. Okay, so we're getting like increased volume here. Definitely.
Yeah, this candle changed colors on mine.
Yeah.
So
And
it's got at least 200% more volume than the previous.
And so then we just want to see, one, where did the impulse come from? Came from 90.5 basically. And then as this volume's coming in, are they going to continue to move down?
Yeah.
We see if they reoffer this 90 level here.
Yeah,
If
that's
not,
basically how I mark my zones, using those. And then, like, if we come right back over it, then I just look at it like it stops. But if we like are just staying in that area and can't get back to where it started from, and we start trending lower, then I look at it as like, okay, maybe we got trap longs right here, holding us down, stuff like that.
yeah, that's good. I like that. So the crypto funds are sidelined or underallocated. Above 33, 34, FOMO to kick in. Well, I mean, there was another announcement of a crypto firm like leaving the U.S. and going somewhere else. The internet's listening to our stream. They literally came down, stopped me out, and then came right back above. Like, oh, that's where your stops are at? Here, let me come get those real quick, motherfuckers. Son of ish. But now you have that level right there, TJ, that 989. That's where the volume. That's basically where the volume changed, like as it was breaking 90.89. So if we come back down here to 90, 91.5, 91.5 level, 91.5 to 90.5, and you start to see the buying step up again, then these shorts are going to start realizing, they got all they could, and they're going to have to start covering again. Your wife works Web3? Is they're building? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of Asia is pretty much like all about it. Especially in China too, because a lot of the people are trying to get out from under the thumb. Because they're pretty controlled out there. Yeah, right, Roach. It's all about demand, not price. Exactly. I was looking at Pepe the other day, Fum, or Thomas. Remember we were looking at Pepe the other day? I already know I missed that boat, so. I just hope, like, the kid, because there's like a 16-year-old kid that turned, like, his fucking lunch money basically into like $8 million. I just hope like that he, like, Dad, I have $8 million. What should I do? His dad's like, buy Apple.
I know a kid's probably thinking like, man, now I can put 8 million in the next meme coin and
Exactly.
multiply it.
Yeah, exactly. Or fucking, yeah. I mean, $8 million, it's a lot to waste. Yeah, they're all correlated, Roach. Everything, demand, price, right? Price is the advertising mechanism, but they're all connected. But just like, I just want to make sure that we understand, like, that just because something goes up doesn't mean necessarily that there's not going to be buyers higher that weren't lower. It's like the old grocery store analogy that Jim Dalton gives, right? You have peanut butter and you're selling a jar of peanut butter for $2.50. They sell off the shelves. You raise them to $3.50. They sell off the shelves. You raise them to $4.50, and then the selling starts to slow. And you bring them back down to $3, and then you start steadily selling the amount that you need to sell versus the amount of inventory that you're getting in at that time. So, I mean, think about cars, right? I think these car dealers are fucked. Everybody wanted a new car for only God knows what reason. But everybody wanted a brand new car. Fucking car prices went through the roof. COVID hit, and so all these manufacturing plants shut down, and so used cars became like the hottest commodity in the whole world. And then now a lot of these car companies are getting the supply that they ordered because they've been just back ordered, right? Everything since COVID. Now everything's starting to come through. You gotta realize these supply chains, it's not like we're day trading, right? They're coming in and coming in. And I know this only because my father-in-law is looking at trading in his Denali, because they're offering crazy rebates on Denali's, and they normally don't do that. They're even offering fucking rebates on KTM's, and they never offer rebates on KTM's dirt bikes ever, because they don't need to. But they are, because they have all this inventory, and so the thing that's going to happen is they're going to be forced to lower prices if they can't get rid of all their vehicles. I mean, look at iPhones. Like the new iPhone, what's it called? 14. Who's got the most recent iPhone? Because I think I have a 13. Pretty sure there's a 14 though.
Yeah, you got the 14 and like 14 Pro.
Okay, so there is a 14. Yeah. So like the new iPhone, the 14 is like the same basically as like the 11. Um for the most part. Right? It doesn't, I mean, maybe it has more better camera, like there's not much change from it. But it's expensive as fuck. And that's why if you go to trade in one of these phones, they're like, hey, if you have an old iPhone, we'll fucking scoop that thing up and sell it to somebody, and give you a rebate on this phone, because the phone's obviously not worth fucking $1,000. And it's the same way with the cars. And so like they're getting in all this inventory, and if they don't get it out, well then they're gonna be fucked, because nothing's worse for a dealer because the dealers are just middlemen. Dealerships, they're middlemen, right? Nothing's worse than having, a fucking bag of weed and no one's banging your phone up to fucking buy an eighth. And you gotta fucking break it down even lower, and it's fucking, it's just a pain in the ass. And they don't want to do it, so they'll eventually lower those prices. And especially with interest rates, they're getting kind of fucked too, because I think the lowest I've seen, and if you have like outstanding credit on a brand new car right now, is like 0.99 or maybe 1.99. When I bought my Altima, I got 0% for the first 36 months. That's how I was able to pay it down. So I should have kept that car. I love that car. You have the 6? Yeah, I mean, it works just fine. Only thing is Apple puts like those, I mean, they actually got found out that they were like putting stuff in the phones to make them slower, like updating them to make them slower so people would fucking scam. Bid stepped up nicely on this 91 here. Let's see if they hold it. I don't know if they're still doing that. I know they got found guilty of it, but I don't know like what the repercussion was. If they had to, you know, fucking say sorry, or if they actually had to change anything. And who knows what they change. Like, that's the thing with Apple getting into the bank. I think it's a mistake because they're going to have more scrutiny, more people. You start dealing more with money and not just products. You get a lot more eyes on. And if they're doing shady shit, like fucking making a phone slow so you have to upgrade it, you know, I mean, if you're shady in one aspect, most of the times you're shady in other aspects. At least that's how I think. They had to pay a fine and carry on. Yeah. Yeah, that's not surprising.
Yeah, the government's just like, hey, well, give me a little piece of the cut, and then we'll let you go.
Yeah, it's crazy how intertwined like some of these big companies and the United States government. The yellow cheese line. Yeah, and a lot of the manufacturers are probably like, no, 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 no. You already said that you wanted these, so you're taking them. Then the backup can happen even farther back too, right? You get the backup at the dealerships, which are the middleman, and then you get backup at the manufacturing plants, right? And they're like, hey, I can't take these because I literally don't have space for them. And then, you know, then the fucking manufacturer starts giving the dealer, you know, certain breaks, right? And then they start, you know, sometimes they start cutting these vehicles prices down. If you can get a nice deal on a car or talk to the right person, you can get the car underneath MSRP easily. I don't think I've ever paid a fair price for a car. I'll sit at the dealership for 8 fucking hours though, so a lot of people just don't want to do that. And I'll leave too at the end of the day, waste my whole fucking day there. When we bought my wife's Rogue, that's what we did, and she was just like, "Can we just get it?" And I'm like, "Can you shut the fuck up? We're getting a deal here."
We're trying to be responsive, not initiative. Calm down.
I'm forcing these motherfuckers down. Yeah, I talked these guys down like all day, and then it was just like I was just exhausted. I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna leave. And my wife's like, "What are we doing? Why do we waste all day there?" I'm like, "We're gonna go back tomorrow, relax." Naturally, the guy called me. He's like, "Hey, I think we can make a deal." Blah blah blah. So we came back the next day, and then as soon as he, you know, offered up the deal, I was like, "By the way, my dad's an employee, so I want the VPP discount." And he just like, and I want all this other shit that you promised me too. So
He gave you the look like, bro, you just played me.
he was pissed. I don't give a fuck. They rip you off. So not my problem. For every one deal that they make, like the deal they made on mine, they probably make 100 deals where they fuck the person over. So Fuck 'em.
Yeah, most people take the first price they spit out. Oh, it's only this much a month. Okay, I guess I can make that work.
4 hours and they're gonna walk for $7.99 a month. Yeah, I mean, it's just that's all it is. It's just who's more patient. And like, if you go there and they're not willing to make a deal, well, they don't need to make a deal, and so you're at the wrong place, right? And then you just know, like, okay, I don't need to buy a car here. There's a million places that sell cars. If you look on a fucking map and type in car dealerships, there's gonna be a fucking thousand of them. So, and especially if you're in fucking PA, because everyone just turns their goddamn driveway into a used car lot. But if you go to dealers and stuff and you go in there and you're already not getting what you need, then just leave. Don't waste your fucking time. Like, deal's not there. It's like getting on the market and the market's at the fucking all-time high and you're like, well, I don't want to sell, but it's not really a good deal. So what do? Do nothing. Fuck off for the day. Come back tomorrow. See if there's something better. Look around. See if there's something else. Tobias, what are you gonna do? Hello? Hey, Joe. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, sure. I'm just... Perfect. All right. Thanks, Joe. All right. Bye. Oh, man. This is why I like Scranton. Because, like, if you know somebody, they know somebody, and if you need something done, you could get something done from somebody that you know. It's always nice to have stuff done by somebody you... For me, it is. You know what I mean? Like, would you rather go to, like, your local mom and pop shop and buy something, or would you rather go to fucking Walmart and buy something? 318. Close. Yeah, I think you probably hit 318. To be honest with you. You got good excess on the top. We're still one time framing higher though. And this E period's basically just kind of sitting inside this upper distribution. 95 is the key level above that needs to get Opt. Nice buyer stepping up here, filling in 91 quarter. It's interesting how that works though too. Like when you start trading and you really start understanding supply and demand, when you start buying other things in life, you really start like, you're like, hello? Who's this? Oh yeah, sure. Okay. I was her platoon sergeant. So we ran the EMT section, or like the emergency room. And she was like she was a medic in the emergency room. And I was like the supervisor basically. They call it was because it's in the army, so the titles are a little bit different. But like my title was Chief Ward Master. Um, so I thought she was good. She's got a strong voice. She is really smart, and she's willing to learn too. She's not a lot of times, especially because she was older than I am. A lot of times in my experience, when I've had soldiers that were older than me, they have a hard time listening or learning from someone that's younger than them. But she didn't struggle with that at all. She, she was really, and her like her medical knowledge was top notch too. So first, so one of her best strong points was that she was organized. I think that is, organization and attention to detail were probably something that she was superior to most of her peers with, and in an environment like ours where it's extremely fast paced and can kind of change on the drop of a dime, those two things really set her ahead. Um, I would say maybe some of her weak points were just that almost like had too much experience. Sometimes it's tough to adjust to like a different environment where it's like you've been doing a job, you've had a protocol for so long, and then all of a sudden the protocol changes. Um, but I don't think she really. I mean, she never really struggled with adjusting. I would just say like if she had a weak point, that's probably where I would put it.
Sorry, I just got back. Did you end up getting back in anywhere, Brad?
Oh, good. Yeah, she never struggled to get along with like any of her coworkers or anything like that.
Phone call, my bad.
Good. Yeah, great. I mean, I'm her direct supervisor, and then there was one supervisor above me, but we didn't have much interaction with them. When we did, there was no like tension or anything like that. Yeah, she never missed a day, never late, no issues there. You would be surprised. You would be surprised, but no, I never had any issues with her. It's great. Like I said, because her willingness to learn and her medical knowledge, it made it easier for me to rely on her to help some of the newer medics and kind of get them up to speed on what we were doing. That way I didn't have to be so that like down with everybody. I could really just give the senior medics some guidance and it would get pushed out to where it needed to be. Yeah, she was great. She got put in charge a lot over her peers just because of her reliability. Good, really good. I never had any issues with her. Like we have these things called counselings that we do every month, and I never had any negative counselings for her. And I worked with her for I want to say like close to 3 years. I mean, almost none to be honest. Like I mean, yeah, I never had any issues with her. I think she's good. Like I said, she's always willing to learn, and really like that's kind of what you need in employees. Like once employees stop wanting to learn, that's when they start to struggle. So she was like a senior medic, so like she was in charge of like four other junior medics. I would say, you know, she was one of the leaders in the platoon for sure. Yeah, she was good at that. She didn't she was willing to execute orders or unpopular tasks sometimes like you know in the military sometimes we've got to do things that we don't want to do and she didn't mind being that person to kind of lead that charge. So yeah, yeah, definitely. And she's is this for the she's like an LVN now, I think, right? Talk to her. Yeah, LPN. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think she'll do great in that position. Um, Not really. I mean, like I said, like she has an ability to really kind of like what how would I phrase it? Like she has an ability to take a task and kind of interpret on what the task actually is without, you know, like specific, you know, step by step instructions. She has an ability to kind of, you know, read between the lines when it comes to certain tasks. So high quality as well, I think. Yeah, thank you. Have a good day. Bye. Sorry about that. Yeah, that was that's actually one of the soldiers that I kicked out of the army. Her name's Brienne. But it wasn't because of her it didn't have anything to do with her medical knowledge or her ability to be a good soldier. It was just she had trouble meeting height and weight standards. So I don't feel bad about it. Standards are the standards. But like I mean, it's like a constant thing. People always call me and ask me, "Hey, I'm gonna put you down as a reference for this job. Do you mind?" And I'm like, "Of course not. If you want the job, tell him to call me." I've never had a job interview like when you actually get the job interview. You can apply for a million jobs, but if you actually, I've never had a job interview and not got the job ever. I just know what they want to hear.
Right. That lady like kept asking the same question.
Yeah,
Bro,
she
how
has
many
to.
different ways you want me to say she's great?
Yeah, exactly. Like, would I hire her? Yeah. I mean, she was really, like I said, the only thing that she struggled with was height and weight, and that's it. Other than that, she was great. She's real smart. She didn't mind, and I don't want to say it on the phone, but she didn't mind being a bitch when you had to be a bitch. Like, sometimes in the military, you got to be the person people don't like, and not a lot of people have
Right,
that.
yeah.
Like, a lot of people, especially younger. Well, not
Like
she wasn't
holding the line
younger,
on them.
right? Especially when you're like the same rank. Like, so she was an E4. Like most of her soldiers are E4s or E3s, and so they kind of look at him like we're the same. And she didn't mind being like, "Fuck you, I'm better than you," which is tough, right? Some people don't have it. Some people want to just be friends. Like, hey, we got to do this. Like, listen up. This is what you're gonna do, and if you don't want to do it, too fucking bad. And you're in the military, so fucking call your congressman, bitch. But today, that's what you're doing.
Yeah, I had a thin spot marked like 94 half, 95 area. And I was curious if you had ever got back in lawns, but I stepped away. I didn't know you were on a phone call.
Oh yeah, I got back in on 91 half. Yeah, and I was saying we needed to get above 95 in order to get continuation. So now that we're above it, we should get this continuation now. Got 756 slots sitting on the 4200. You never been on a interview in your life? Yeah, so if you ever need a reference, just tell them to give me a call. Tell me what I need to do the reference about. I'm great at it. Like I legit, like, I mean, I don't know what it is about me, but like I always have people call me, like people that I've met throughout my life call me with like financial advice, relationship advice, or employment advice. Like those three things have been like a thing that people always come to me with. It's probably just because I'm such a good listener. All right, I'll be back. This guy here for the split systems here, so.
Came back through that thin spot.
Yeah, I did.
Could see a big liquidation here. Be careful if you're in the trade.
Yeah, I personally wouldn't be looking to buy. I think there's too many longs stuck above now.
They ended up defending that 4,200.
Yeah, it looks like 90 and 92 half got a lot of longs stuck there. '95 too.
Coming in on VWAP.
Oh shit! I fucking walk away for 10 minutes and market falls apart.
Yeah, bro. I hear you pull the plug.
Oh, this guy, he's saying that might be better to just go central air instead of these ductless. That's what I was thinking originally, but not sure. Well, maybe there was news. Did Bullard say something? Bullard suggests higher rates as insurance against inflation. That was probably that drop. A lot of single prints. That's for sure.
Man, there was a big order trade or something. Like dropped like 2 points. A second.
You got a pretty decent offer right there, 685.50. You're just disconnected for 5 minutes? No. I don't think it happens on mine, I'm not sure.
I know it ever does that if my Wi-Fi or something messes up. Was that 4,200 a big gamma level or anything? Good number. I know there's a lot of lots sitting there and it ended up holding.
Combo was like 42.13. The large gamma was 42.13. All wall was 42.13 as well. 4,200 on the SPX. Let's see if what's the SPX at. High on the SPX today was 86.25. Damn, it's really coming down though. There goes fucking. This might be news driven. It's coming down on real thin volume too. See if it's still coming out. It's fucking insane here.
I had 3 higher highs, all on bearish divergence on the 1 and the 5 minute.
I remember here, like, just because we're getting this pullback, and I mean, we're pulling, it's a pretty significant amount, right? 20 handles off the high. Doesn't necessarily mean that we need to abandon the long, right? You come down in, you come right into support, which was 75 earlier, and you know, catch a little bit of a bounce. The best thing to do here is just kind of wait for this thing to settle and see if it does close those singles. If it doesn't close those singles, then we know we can get long. But not, and it didn't right there, then we're probably still okay. The Dow actually made a new low, but the Nasdaq is nowhere near its levels here. The Nasdaq still has singles, a bunch of singles below, 2 sets of them. One small set, one big set. But the Dow is basically trading at its Globex low right now. Would mean that Walmart trading 150. Well, I knew I should close those too soon. Regime. Trading sideways. So in about 8 minutes, we're gonna have another period open up, and then we'll have Brad prints above us, and that'll give us some information. So we'll have short-term inventory kind of battling back and forth here over the single prints below. So old business needing to get taken care of versus new shorts that trapped longs above, trying to force the market lower in order to get out of those positions. So we can just kind of assume if the market is able to get back above 85, 86 area, that our longs are safe. Even responsive longs that aren't able to get below that 71 are probably safe, or maybe like 73. I guess that's where those single prints end at a high. But we definitely want to see the market back above the B high should we be looking for that continuation there. I think the best thing to do right now is just wait a second. Unless you got long like on that dip, then you're probably chilling right. I just want to see what Bitcoin did on that. Yeah, it came back down. What did we say? 26.7. Peek back into yesterday's range and then an exit here. So when we get the next period opening up, what are we on? A, B, C, D, E, G period. If we get G period trade down to the 79 and we see buyers hold firm at the 79, we want to get long there. Get long against the single prints, but we look point of control, which is 2 and 5. Then you're probably safe to fade this thing too, just against that low. If it doesn't pop it, then kind of do the same trade, but just to the downside. We're getting back below the VWAP here, so trend is definitely breaking down a little bit. But look, we get this negative 1,000 tick. You're almost at another negative 1,000 tick, and the market's nowhere near the low. Off the low, actually. So we do get the breath switching back here. Next, still holding positive. Dow's not looking strong. Bullard said, I do expect disinflation. 2 minutes.
Oh, we got food at 84, huh? I just got back. Didn't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Popped right down through it. Yeah, Roach, the guy, I have a guy here right now, a contractor. He's saying it might be easier for my house to just put in a central air.
How are you gonna put the ductwork in?
I have an attic. I would just run them all through the attic.
So your downstairs won't have any air, unless you think you can put a case in.
Yeah, so the downstairs wouldn't have any, but the downstairs, it stays pretty cool, and I could put a window unit in and be happy downstairs. So
Yeah, that's true. Oh, he thinks it's easier to. Yeah, you're probably better off than that. I would think. I don't know much about them split systems or whatever you think, like the ductless. I really don't know a lot about, but he suggests the other way. No?
he's writing me up a bid right now for both, so we'll see. The only thing is to put one. He's saying we'd want to put them in each room, the ductless, and basically, to put them in each room, we'd have to run. What's it called? What's that fucking? We'd basically just have to run like the wires and stuff and the tubing on the front of the house.
Conduit.
The conduit, right, on the front of the house. And I already know my wife. She'd be like, no. So.
You gonna say?
I just had a mini split, one of those ductless things installed in my house like a couple years ago. Because I don't have attic space. I live in a really old house and there's no attic. It's just roof, just ceiling. That's it.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you have the attic space, I think it's better to do the central.
I would think so too. I would think.
Because then you'd have to. Because how many rooms are you gonna like? Do you want to have them installed on? And
it'll be 5 rooms total because it'd be like the dining room, the 3 bedrooms, and the living room.
Yeah, dude. Because it's better to do central only because you're gonna have so much wire and so much like those hoses and stuff like that for the Freon and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But it's a lot. Yeah, and then you're gonna have like this huge like that multi split thing, like that huge thing outside. I mean, the central AC ones have a big one too, but it's a lot more cleaner, I think, with the central AC, especially with that many.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just have to see what the. I really just want to do it myself, to be honest.
Yeah, if you have the knowledge. I mean, I don't know how the central AC, how like that's set up, but I know for like the ductless one, it's not too hard, dude. All you have to do is just drill a hole through the wall, like a 6-inch hole, I think it is, to run all the tubes and stuff like that. And then you just have to know someone that, I don't know if you know how to do electricity or not, but just
yeah, I can do electrical work.
Oh, nice, that's dope. Yeah, and then you just put a new breaker or whatever, and then you just have to wire that, and I think mini splits are pretty easy to do. Because I watched the guys do it, and I'm like, damn, this shit's easy. But I don't really have much with like electrical work.
Yeah, they make a lot of home like DIY kits for these for the mini
Yeah, I
splits.
think Mr. Free is it called Mr.
Mr.
Freeze?
Freeze. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I
that
was looking
one.
at.
That's a pretty popular one. Yeah, because the hoses are already charged with like that Freon or whatever they use.
Yeah.
So you just have to connect them pretty much, and then just wire the electrical work.
You'll have to stay at a Holiday Inn the day before you install it.
Mhm.
YouTube it. Uh,
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
who's
Yeah.
doing it? Who's doing it?
What's this truck called? It's called PCA or PICA? PICA?
Yeah, I never heard.
It's Grant Company. They work. They do allied stuff. That's how I met him. Joe knows him. My father-in-law.
Yeah, I don't even know anybody that recommend. HVAC guys are brutal. They think they're fucking doctors. The prices they charge.
Yeah. Yeah.
I had one here. He was all right. I go to do it, but not enough to recommend. He's like, yeah, could have got anybody to do it. Although it was kind of hard to find when mine went out maybe a unit not long ago.
I just feel like I can do everything myself, like capable person and not dumb. So I just hate paying for shit. But the thing is, it's just gonna take so much time. Like it's
Yeah,
gonna take time to fucking
Yeah.
do it.
you're kind of
Even
like
if you
just
could
like
just run the ductwork yourself, you'd probably save a ton of money. But it sucks. It's hard. It's not easy, especially in an attic. And if it gets hot out, you're waiting until a rough time of the year to do it. Because you'd be in
And
the attic, it'll be
I don't have
100.
the tools. That's the only thing.
I got all kind of tools if you want them. If you want to use tools.
All right, that's good to know.
yeah, I did a
I'm a tool
similar
collector.
thing because I hate paying for like shit that I can do. So like October, November, December, I spent like the whole 3 months remodeling my bedroom, my daughter's bedroom. I gutted out the walls, um, put insulation, drywall, paint, freaking windows, all that shit. Because I was like, dude, I can do it myself. Like, why am I gonna pay someone to do something when I can do this? You know,
Yeah,
do that
exactly.
job myself.
That's how I feel.
Yeah. But when it comes to electrical work, I'm like, nah, I don't, because I have very little knowledge in that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like a fucking superhero when it comes to electrical, but like my brother is, and my brother's dad is. So like, I feel like if I run into any obstacles, I can just call them. And
Oh yeah, for sure.
took a little scalp long there on 80/50, but I closed it on 82. Yeah, I just know it's gonna cost probably like fucking $8,000, and that's just a pain in my ass, really. Hello, hey buddy. Good. Right, right here again.
Hey Brad, what are the significance of like or what significance does like Virgin volume point of controls have? Like, is that something that that you watch for, or?
Yeah, so just because the reason that we monitor them, look for them, is really just because they are areas where price has been agreed upon at a previous time. And so when we see them, like the one that was up here was this 80. What level was this? 88. I'll leave it on, I guess. The reason we want to monitor them, right, is because if price has been agreed upon up here before, we trade up there, right? The market slows down, a bunch of trading goes on. If the prices are accepted and buyers move up from a previously accepted price, then the market should move higher. If it moves lower, then we're kind of showing a rejection there. And so, maybe um, showing that the all the volume that came in there, because it's really hard to tell, like even if it trades on the bid or the ask or the fucking, you know, it's hard to tell if it was actual buyers or actual sellers. It was old buyers buying back short position. You know what I mean? Like it's just so hard to tell.
Right.
So we just use it as kind of like a landmark. And so since we're on the move up, we'll look at it as a resistance point. And that way, if the market gets above it and starts to hold above it, then we can use it as support. But so far, I mean, we traded above it. See, D period kind of held it. E period traded below it, kind of held it. And then F period just basically sold off right from it. So
Right.
kind of a
Yeah, because I
rejection of upper value. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, because I had that marked on my chart too. Because I have it so it extends. Um,
Hang on one second.
to
This
the
guy's coming back to my door. Give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. My bad. What were you saying though?
Oh no, I was saying because I did have one marked from I think it was May 1st. I just closed my chart on accident right now. But yeah, and I think it's the same one that you were pointing at.
Yeah, I like to mark them just and even the overnight ones, like if they haven't been touched before, I don't think they're necessarily bad to mark. They're just not gonna. You can't expect them to be as strong, but sometimes the overnight volume actually ends up holding. So
Okay, cool. Thanks.
all right, John. Catch you later, man. Yeah, I don't know. This guy, he's saying like it's going to be about like 22,000 for the split systems and about 18,000 for central. About that, I thought it was going to be 10,000.
Yeah,
Definitely gonna
nah,
have
they're
to
fucking,
do it
like I
myself.
said,
Yeah, it's a lot.
them, them guys are out of hand with their prices. But I'll tell you what, I try to get some prices from somebody else, but they usually are pretty close. They stick together. Them fuckers. You won't get a guy. You know what I mean? Like they know what they get.
Yeah, what's their
Yeah, maybe
hourly
it will.
rate? I wonder.
If you have to buy like a new unit, I think you're looking at around 10,000. But if you're running ductwork and everything, it's more.
Well, I got a new unit for $3,000. Just a new outdoor unit. I had to. He did it for $3,000 cash. We gave him cash. No. And that, but now that was about 6 years ago. So still, that's in our area, you know, TJ. Maybe in your area, though, they might be here because you're down south, right? They got you by the balls a little more. Not it, right?
Yeah, well, I always just stick with big round numbers, like estimating stuff. But I mean,
Yeah,
6, 7, 8. It depends on how big of a house you need. If you have 2 units, you know all that kind of
yeah,
stuff
that's
too.
true. Yeah.
Yeah, there's just no chance I'm gonna pay 20 grand of something I could fucking do myself. It's just not gonna happen.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. For Central Air, though, if a guy came here and told me $50,000, I'd have to do it because I can't live without. I have to have Central. I can never live again. They got me, or I could do it myself. Maybe.
Yeah, see, I'm used to Central Air because that's what we have in California for the most part. Like growing
Oh
up,
yeah,
that's what we always had with Central Air. All the houses
yeah,
there,
you
because they're
can't
not
live.
that old, have them.
Yeah, it's hard to go back to the old fucking air conditioners and shit. See, the only thing is too, I don't even know if you could do. Like, you could probably do some of it yourself, like maybe run the duct and all that. But like with the Freon and all that shit, you can't even do it yourself. For one, you
Oh,
don't have the equipment. They won't even
I've
sell you this shit. I don't.
no, I can
And
get
you have
all
to
the
have
equipment though. I
oh, okay.
because Joe's the services manager up at Allied, so he gets all the equipment because like he has that split system and you've got to recharge it every once in a while,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
you'd either have to
Yeah.
pay someone. He just takes the equipment from work and then fucking does it himself.
Yeah.
That's what I would have to do.
Either that or ask the guy that just gave you the, especially if he knows your father-in-law, maybe ask him, listen, but if I run the ductwork myself, could we work something? Maybe he'll work with you. Some guys
Yeah,
don't
he
like you doing it.
he broke it down. So he's saying,
Oh, you did?
yeah. So he's saying, oh, he didn't really break that. For central air, he's just saying the central AC in the attic with ductwork and ceiling coolers is gonna be like 14 grand. Plus, like if I wanted a split system down in the basement, it costs another 3 grand. So really be like 14 grand to get
Yeah.
the central.
Yeah, that's probably about right, and it's probably probably a decent price.
Yeah,
I
that's actually
figured
not
about
bad.
10 or 12. I figured, but yeah, 14. But like I said, these
And that
plumbers and
depends on the
HVAC
unit
guys,
too.
they're out of hand. They're just, I don't know. I guess they think they're fucking surgeons. I should have been a plumber. I know that.
My little brother's going through plumbing school right now. I told him fucking stick with it no matter how bad you hate it. It's gonna be fucking
Yeah.
it's gonna pay off. Just fucking stupid. He wrote 3 central AC and attic with ductwork and ceiling cooling it full. And I'd still have to hire an electrician for the sub panel, is what he's recommending on this invoice. Because I don't have the breaker space to install this bullshit.
So are they gonna have to install new stuff? They're gonna have to upgrade it, or?
They'll probably just put another one right next to it.
All right. Okay. Damn, that's gonna be like another couple $1,000 probably. Maybe.
Probably $2,000. 100 amp panel. Probably have to put it.
Fucking waste of money. I got a hose out back. Fucking just spray the kids down. Be like, you're hot? Yeah.
Just get a swamp cooler.
That's what I had as a kid, swamp cooler.
Yeah.
Hook up the hose to it. It's just loud as fuck and just lay down next to it. Yeah. Me and my dog would do that. Fucking, my dog had like one of those igloo houses. I'd fucking bring that shit inside and fucking sit in there with him and just have the fucking swamp cooler blow right into there. It stayed cool as fuck in there.
Nice.
And then my stepdad would be home like, get this fucking dog out of the house. Get this fucking dog ass out of the house. Like, that fit. Like, well,
Brad,
let us.
What kind of
What's that?
ceilings do you have in your basement? Drop ceiling?
Yeah, drop ceiling in my basement.
You could probably run the ductwork down there too. It'd be a lot easier. You will lose the ceiling height in where the ductwork is. You got to frame around it.
Yeah.
It'd be a hell of a lot easier if you do it yourself. It'd be a hell of a lot easier. Working
Yeah,
in the
way
attic.
easier than climbing through that attic.
Yeah.
My attic's huge.
Try not to fall through the ceiling while you're cutting all these weird angles and stuff.
My attic's big though. Like, you could stand up there. It's a big attic.
Yeah, that's nice. Mine's like that too. I think mine's 14 feet to the top of the fucking thing. It's too big, actually.
Yeah.
It's too hot up there. Yeah. But if it
And
gets
then
hot, that's what I'm saying. Do it.
we have that whole house fan too, and that thing fucking cools the house down too. It's just like, I just don't want to waste money when you don't need it. And it's like, it gets hot here, but not that fucking hot, you know? Not like California. Like California, you like need air conditioner, or you like might die for real, because it gets like 100 degrees for like fucking, 80 days in a row.
Yeah.
Whereas like if Scranton is getting to 100 degrees, it's gonna be, a world record, and fucking shit's gonna start melting.
It gets muggy here.
Yeah, the humidity. Yeah, the humidity.
Yeah, and for sleeping is when you need it. At night
Yeah,
time,
I
I
hate
need it.
sweating when I'm sleeping. Like, I hate being hot.
Yeah.
Trying to sleep.
Yeah, I get the fucking window air conditioner unit. Fucking
Yeah. Yeah, you
thing's
could
a
use
tank.
that.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I already know my wife's not gonna be down to have the ductwork go in the front of the house, so. But the guy, he wasn't really like, I didn't want to put the things in the kids' rooms. I just want to put one in my room and then one in the hallway. But he's basically trying to tell me that we can't put it in the hallway because it has to be on a room that goes outside. But that's just not. That's ideal, but that's not a fact of life. So he just wants to do it his way. This is what I fucking hate sometimes. He wants to do it his way because it's gonna make his life easier, but I'm paying for it, so it'll be done the way that I want it. Like tattoo artists, they do the same fucking thing. You ever go get a tattoo? They're like, well, let's do it like this because they're better at this way or than that way. It's like, no, bitch. This is what I want. I want you to do it exactly like this, not how you want to do it, because it's gonna be on my body for the rest of my life. So I'm gonna do it my way.
Yeah. And not only that, if he doesn't want to do the ductless, he probably priced them a lot higher than he has to. You know what I'm saying? Give you a high price on that to get you to go the other way.
Yeah, because I don't understand why you can't run all of the, because I have an attic. So just run the fucking wires up into the attic and then pull them all to 2 units on the backside of the house. They'll just go through the attic. So that you'll just need more conduit, but like conduit is fucking cheap. So
the only other thing is
more work.
Does the unit have to be on the outside wall for drainage? Is that why, for condensation or for electricity? You know what I'm saying?
Like the actual. No, it doesn't. No, they just need like the actual box on the outside. The actual box has to be on the outside.
Okay. Yeah.
But like the tubing and stuff, it doesn't. It's just easier to put it on an outside wall because then you don't have to. You only have to drill one hole, right? Or you drill a couple holes to hang it on the studs, and then you drill a hole to the outside that all the wires and the tubing go through, and then that's it. And then you just run them to the fucking box. Whereas if you did them the other way, you'd have to go up. So you'd have to drill another hole up, then you'd have to drill another hole down, then you'd have to drill another hole over. So it'd just be more work.
Not only that, I would think, like I say, I don't know. He's the expert. I don't know a whole lot about them. I wouldn't think you would need one in every room. Can't you get two big units in your dining room and kitchen, maybe one in your bedroom master, and
That's what I
have them
said.
both through the house?
I said, how
I mean,
about
they
a
might have
big
to
ass
work a
one
little
in the
harder.
kitchen and then one in
Yeah.
my room, and that's it.
Yeah, and maybe some fans, ceiling fans to blow to circulate the air in the house. You know?
Yeah,
But
we
I
got
don't know.
ceiling.
Like
Yeah,
I
we
say,
got ceiling fans all
oh,
over, so that'd be good.
yeah, like, I don't know.
I'm gonna call my brother later, and my brother's a contractor, so he'll be honest
Yeah.
with me. My brother does everything himself. Like he doesn't pay people to do anything
Yeah.
unless he like is literally like physically incapable to do it. And then even if he can't do it, then he calls his dad, and then typically his dad can do it. So
Yeah. Yeah, I pretty much do everything myself. I had to put my own. I had to get a guy to do that unit. Though, like I said, I couldn't do the. They wouldn't sell me the shit even, and I didn't have the equipment to recharge the Freon and anything like that. So I just hired a guy. But usually, I do everything myself.
and you wonder what kind of law states that you can't buy that.
Yeah, fucking plumbers. Fucking plumbers have a fucking monopoly. They don't want you buying.
On
Can't buy
eBay
what?
and buy one. Like the Freon recharger thing.
Oh,
Like if you order like the Mr. Freeze or something like that, and you have to cut a line because it doesn't fit or whatever, you're gonna have to recharge it. And if you don't have the equipment to recharge the lines, then basically you're just gonna be fucked.
Yeah.
some of that new Freon's pretty dangerous. My dad was telling me he just had to get certified in Freon because a lot of the trucks and stuff they check this new stuff, and like somebody like one of his managers or something like showed him a video. Puts this new Freon stuff. Like the guy spilled a little bit on his hand, and it literally melted a hole through his entire hand. It's like freaking lava.
Yeah, so that must be the reason.
Same thing with the gas. You try to buy the gas tubing, they won't let you buy that either. Buy that. If you want to hook up a little gas heater or something.
Oh yeah. There was what's his nuts? Damn, I nailed that. I was long 76 right there. Fucking
Yeah,
took it off at 80 though. But the shouldn't have took it off, I guess. The
If we get
the
over this
fuck-
too low, would you think we're
get
gonna
in
run too
again.
low?
Yeah.
get back in, you got to get air conditioning.
Yeah, exactly. I need a fucking I need a couple more loaves of bread today.
You better size up.
That first trade of the day was fucking that trade was fucking perfect. That's exactly what I needed. Especially because like I didn't get the trade yesterday. And yesterday, like, nothing's worse than when you like have a plan and then it works out exactly how you expected it to work out and you didn't get to trade it because you just weren't able to be at the computer. You know? I'm like getting text messages from my uncle all fucking day. It's on a tear. And I'm just like, fuck you. Like, I almost didn't get to go on the field trip, actually. They were like giving me all this shit about my certifications. I'm like, I emailed them to you. He's like, well, I don't have them. And I'm like, well, okay, well, that's not my fucking problem. I'm going on the field trip. And then they had the vice principal come out, some fucking big Irish fucker, and he's like, well, listen here, you know, fucking, we can't really do it. It's not because we don't trust you or anything. But, I'm like, buddy, I have a top secret clearance. You think I could have a top secret clearance if I was a diddler? I don't think so.
Yeah.
So
My name's O'Malley, mother.
I told him, because literally the school says that it was built by J.P. Ruddy. It says it right there on the fucking side of the school. I'm like, you better relax. My fucking family built this school, or I fucking tear it down.
I told you. You got to take your wife's name. You should take your wife's name here.
It's funny to watch people try to place me with my name,
Yeah.
because they don't know what it is. They're like, like, I don't know if that's Irish. He doesn't look Irish. Like, he doesn't look Italian either, and he's definitely not Polish. Like,
That's the first thing I do. I hear it, and I'm like, what's that? Polish, Irish?
that's what everybody does here. It blows my mind.
Yeah, I hit somebody, Forge. I'll be like, "Where are you from?" They're like, "Oh, Forge. What's your last name?" They say, "You're not from." Yeah, I live over on whatever. Yeah, but you're not from Old Forge. Nowhere. And then they find out they're fucking Asian. You know what I mean? They're trans.
He's like, "Oh, my last name's Jefferson." Like, yeah, you're not from Old Forge, buddy. There's not enough vowels in that last name.
Yeah. And I know most of the the homegrown names. So even if they're not Italian, I know a lot of
Damn, that sucks. I was hoping it was just gonna be like 10 grand. If it was 10 grand, I'd be like, put them in now. And then I would just, not have to worry about it. Not gonna have to do it myself. Now I'm gonna have to fucking do it myself. And it's like, not that I can't do it, it's just I don't want to. You know what I mean? It's just just gonna take so much of my time, and I fucking don't want to do it. God damn it.
Yeah, I mean, if you work on that for a week, I mean, how much are you giving up from the market for a whole week?
Fucking more than it's worth. Not definitely not making my hourly rate there. Well, depending upon.
Yeah, might as well just sit at your computer and not be sweating to death.
Yeah, but then I'm. This is why James calls me a Jew, because I fucking hate spending money. I hate it. I fucking hate it.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Unless it just makes logical sense.
Yeah. But like, I could pour a pad. I could buy an air conditioner unit. I could run the ductwork. I could connect the electrical. I could just do it myself. You know what? I'll just do it at night. I don't do anything at night anyways, except for fucking play video games. So I'll just stop playing video games for a couple weeks.
Yeah, there you go.
And I read a lot at night too. It's gonna take away my reading time.
I think most of the duct work is just mostly grunt work. I mean, you just run your two main things, your return and your exhaust, and then you just come out with the soft line, go to each room. You know what I mean? I mean, it's shit work in the attic.
Yeah. Just put on those fucking plastic pajamas and climb up there so I don't get any fucking insulin issues what is it called? Not insulin. I call it insulin. Insulation.
Insulation?
Yeah. So many tricky words. You got insulation, inflation, inflammation.
So just say he's making like 50%. If it was 14,000, you could do it for 7. So you're saving like $7 grand or something.
Yeah, exactly. That's worth my time, I think, to save $7 grand. Oh, dude, I saw this old man at the grocery store get out of this fucking Cadillac this weekend. It was a 2-door XTS. Oh my god, I was like, that's gonna be me. Need that car. That's what I've decided. I'm gonna buy a real nice car for myself when my kids are like done with needing money from me.
That'll never. When? When's that gonna be? When you fucking die?
No, when they turn 18, what the fuck?
When you die.
It's
We
funny,
get to
both
this
my kids.
85, I feel like we can rotate it.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, I feel like if we get over to 85, I feel like we would rotate up, but I just feel like it's risky.
I agree.
With only
Yeah,
10 more trades.
I agree.
I'm gonna be even more mad if I give up half my profit.
We're holding the VWAP pretty well here. And we didn't close those singles that came down and then put that weak low in and then popped back up.
Yeah. Yeah, that 77 area, or 76, whatever it is, been pretty responsive. I was actually thinking about something I read in the Mind Over Markets yesterday. It was talking about the different 4 types of opening types. The open and drive and the reverse and all that stuff. And I was talking about the open auction and how you just trade back and forth over the open. And but one of the nuances it mentioned was if you just moved up off of a daily balance or something, and you're getting an open and auction where you're trading back and forth over the open, it actually increases the odds of a double distribution trend day. And
Because more and more people are getting trapped. Right? Because more and more people are getting trapped.
But yeah, today before we broke back down, we still basically have a
Doomer just said the negotiations are currently making progress. Kind of bullish. Elon's just trolling George Soros hardcore. I don't know if you guys follow that at all, but he's just shit talking George Soros. It's awesome.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. He said he's like Magneto or something like that.
Yeah. And then he said, and then he was like, you know what? I want to apologize for saying that about Magneto.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Be right back, guys.
Alright, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and call it today before I take any more trades. Catch you guys tomorrow, I guess. See y'all.
All right, later.
Twitter Blue verified subscribers can now upload 2-hour videos. What does that even mean? So you're at a tricky spot here. If these buyers can't bid this thing up above 86, then they may be getting stuck here at this 83. They need to kind of pop it, and that would kind of scare these sellers that have been shorting this 82. Book is real thin again. All right, bye. Love you. Excuse me. The Russell's one time framing down right now.
Brad, what are you looking at a little longer term? You think we go higher, or you think we go back into this range?
I've been kind of leaning towards going up.
Yeah.
Like for a while there, I thought we were gonna dip back down into that gap, like at 4,000 or like 40.25. But then basically we had those two failures, and then now that we're popping up, I kind of think. I mean, like I said, I'm kind of just like thinking that the market's gonna go up as long as it's above that 4140.
4140.
Like I could see
that's the range I'm talking about. I'm talking about that little range, like not real long term, like maybe like 4160 to 41. 20, 15. That little range there, you think we go back down into there, or you think we just keep going higher? I mean, I know you don't. Nobody.
I think that we go higher. To be honest, I think um
About 4,200.
I think we go to like 4,300.
Oh,
Like I could see us going like 4,300, rotate back down to like this 4,150, and then from there moving higher. Or the exact opposite, like where we go 4,300, come back down to 4,150, don't hold it, and then smash lower.
yeah.
I just don't see like I don't really see like an overall looming catalyst of why the market really needs to go down, other than everyone just saying that it should.
And that'll probably make it go higher anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I forgot too. We got Powell tomorrow, so now really anything's on the board. I forgot about it.
Right.
I'm not going to be here in the morning. I got to pour concrete in the morning. I don't think he talks till a little bit later. I'll probably
Yeah, I think
be
he's on at
done by
noon.
then.
Noon or 1.
Oh, noon, yeah. I'll probably be then. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be.
Even my father-in-law's like, fuck no. This Pica guy, he's a firefighter with my father-in-law. That's why he sent him over. But it wasn't him. It was one of his fucking like. A lot of these firefighters have like side hustles.
Oh yeah. I was out in New York working in the city, and we got in trouble. We didn't have enough guys. They pulled out 3 firefighters came and helped us pour, and they were real finishers. They weren't bums. They were good. You know what I mean? Like, and they were
Yeah.
getting paid by the city firefighting, and they were there helping us machine the floor. Yeah.
Here we go. Make or break time. Let's get above this fucking 86.
Yeah, watch 88 for a little resistance in it. Oh well, there was a high there already. Yeah.
Nvidia now has a bigger market cap than Berkshire Hathaway. Free cash flow. Just Those big offers are starting to show back up at 90, so let's look for. So Brad prints close, single prints below do not. We know where there's trapped inventory below 84, basically at 84, so below 85. A retest of 85 with a bid if it gets back. Long. Look for 9. Half. Point of control. Ooh. Oh. Careful with this 88 right here. Been kind of a pain in the ass all day. I'd like to see us get to 90 here. That's where I think we're going, but be careful right here for 88. Come on, buddy. You can do it. Look at this. You're getting a little cup shape, huh? Little bowl. DJ, did you get back in the long? You still in here? Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know much about cup and handles, to be honest with you. Like the pattern, I haven't done a lot of reading about. Yeah, or not. Just comes up to that 90 and then just gets fucking smacked by that offer there. Slices through 85. That's not what you wanted to see there. Yeah, let's check the news headline. McHenry says nothing close to being done on debt ceiling talks. There it is. It's a news-driven drop right there. So don't be buying into it too much. Carl Icahn says bearish bet that cost $9 billion was a mistake. 8 minutes ago. That might have caused the pop up too. So back and forth headlines here, trying to trap people on both sides. Be patient. Buy that 78 again. 78, 76. Damn, that's the luckiest fill ever. 70s. Cut it at 80 though, like a fucking That worked out pretty nicely, huh? Looks like a lot of buyers maybe getting stuck. 82. You see all that positive delta coming in there?
Yeah, I see them stuck at like 84 up there. See them up there, long?
84, I see a bunch of. Well, see, yeah, like, yeah, currently. I'm talking about like overall throughout the day, though.
Oh.
Like, it looks like 82 seems to be a spot where buyer. Well, they did step up earlier, but it looks like you're getting a lot of buying here, like on 82. And yeah, the short term longs getting stuck 84. But this 84 was a big sell spot here, reoffer spot. Up and it should take us back like 87, 88 is where the offer was at. But if we can't hold above 82, then back down to.
Yeah, it looks like they got them again on 84. Looks like they might want to pop it though. Say hold 82.
It doesn't look like any offers are moving down. Like they're willing to absorb here. Doesn't look like they're really trying to shove the market down.
Yeah, they're not chasing it down at all.
Yeah. And it's the Globex high 80. What's the Globex high 84? Yeah, so that makes mechanical shorts getting stuck here. Bro, have you ever been up to the Philadelphia Zoo? Or down to the Philadelphia Zoo? Whichever direction.
You know, I haven't been there since I was young. School trip as a kid. I haven't gone down since, so I really don't remember. Um, I know there's another zoo in between here in Philadelphia, down south, down that way. And I usually go to Plaza Hamlin area.
Was that
And it's
Claws
not.
and Paws fun? Or is that kind of like just for
It's
little
nice.
kids?
Yeah, it's definitely worth going, but it's not like a Philadelphia Zoo. No, not like that. But I kind of like it. Sometimes I like it. It's like it's way quieter. There's hardly any. Unless you go in, if you go in the morning, you might run to school. But
Mm-hmm.
it's quieter, and it's like you walk through the trails of the woods and look it out. You know, I mean,
Oh, okay.
but but it's not like they have lions and tigers, but they don't have like gorillas. You know, it's not real big. It's like a smaller type of,
Oh, okay.
but it's definitely worth going up. Take the kids.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about doing this weekend, going something like that. Yeah, so I've been to San Diego Zoo. San Diego Zoo is fucking dope. Huge.
Yeah, see, it's not gonna, you know, you can't compare it to something, but it's also a lot less hectic. You know, it's quiet. It's nice.
Yeah.
And it's close. It's not a big deal. You just run, you know. I try to avoid. I try to avoid the weekends, and I try to avoid the early mornings in case they have school trips. You know.
Right. Yeah. I just was figuring Philadelphia Zoo is probably huge because it's a big city. Like San Francisco Zoo is fucking huge, super nice. Oakland Zoo is pretty nice. San Diego Zoo is probably the nicest zoo I've ever been to.
Oh
I
yeah,
had
I
a
never.
zoo up in Washington was kind of small. Up in Seattle is kind of small.
Yeah, the Philadelphia Zoo is definitely big. Now I don't know. I have no idea what the San Diego Zoo. You know, I swap. Another nice trip. What I did as a kid a couple times was never took my kids. It was a great adventure. Great adventure was nice.
Yeah.
You drive through like the animal park.
Yeah, we went to one in Texas where you drive through. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, pretty neat. The monkeys.
Fucking emo comes up to the car and shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep the windows up though. Fucking trust these animals.
I hate going to like places like that. I like to take my kids, but I just hate. I don't hate people. I just hate big crowds. You know, I just don't. I can't stand being around people.
I hate people too, so I get that for sure.
Yeah, like they're just fucking ignorant fucks. And they stink, some of them, you know.
Yeah.
I just can't. That's why I like Closet Pod small, you know.
It's even worse now, like when you go out. Like I get so frustrated going out now because like everyone's got their phone out the whole time. And it's like, just fucking enjoy this. Like, just use your eyes. You know?
Yeah.
Like, you're going to miss it because you're so busy taking pictures of everything. And it's great to look back at it, but the memory is just going to be of you taking pictures of everything. Just look at these animals. Just appreciate how amazing it is that we actually get to be this close to them without them trying to kill us. Like,
yeah, just enjoy the time.
Yeah. Why I hate people. They're just always on their fucking phones. It's like.
Plus, these kids. I mean, I don't know. I know it's a different generation, but they're gonna get. Everybody's so self-indulgent with this shit because, like, I tell my kids, I say, listen, you got more pictures in one day than I got of my whole childhood. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I might have like 10 pictures of myself. You know what I mean? They got more pictures on. I got more pictures on my phone of half a day than I do my whole life. But which is good. It's good to have pictures. But what I'm saying is, it's everything's video this, video me, and take a picture of me, and like, it's not all about you all the time. You know what I mean? I get
Well,
afraid that there's gonna be.
yeah, and like back then, like pictures were like to take of like, things you wanted to like immortalize or like, memorize or like remember forever. Whereas now they just like take a picture of everything. They're like, I'm at
Yeah,
McDonald's, Big Mac picture.
yeah,
It's like, shut the
yeah,
fuck up with
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah, take a
yeah,
picture of your food is fucked up. But
yeah, I
I
can't
mean, hey,
stand that
who am
shit.
I to say whatever? Not for me. But yeah, everything. I went to that uh field day yesterday and everything, and even my daughter called. She said, "You didn't video that, you know?" I said, "Don't worry, I'm not gonna video everything. Like, you know what I mean? Just fucking, you know." It was funny too. I was up there, and it's an online school, right? So they're all like nerds. They're not nerds, but they're weird,
Yeah,
including my. And they don't know how to play kickball. They don't have gym class. They don't.
yeah.
It's like just like 9 kids piled up on second. They don't know what they're doing. Right? Then this one kid comes up. He kicks the ball about 2 feet, picks it up, runs to first base. I says, "Oh my god, I was dying." I mean, he tagged himself out, and the people aren't really teaching. They taught him a little bit. It's just funny. I try to teach my daughter softball. She wants to play softball. It's hard to teach someone else. They got to get on the team and learn.
Yeah, I was trying to get my daughter into softball, dude. She's got a cannon for an arm, but she doesn't want to
Oh
play.
yeah,
So yeah, because we play
yeah. They don't
catch.
want.
Like whenever the kids are bored, they're like, "Let's go play catch." And so like we go outside and play catch a lot. Because that's like something me and my dad used to do. We'd play catch a lot, basket. Like we just play sports against each other all the time. So we're always like, they're like, "I'm bored." I'm like,
Yeah,
"Oh, let's go outside." And then
yeah.
I'm trying to get her to like play on a team, and she doesn't want to play on a team. But she started jujitsu back up, so
Oh yeah, she's into that. Yeah.
yeah. So at least that's not a team sport, but I don't really care. Just as long as she's doing something. It's
Yeah.
just good for her, like social wise, to like the kids that do jujitsu and like the adults that do jujitsu, for the most part, are good people. They might not be
Yeah.
like rich people or like hook you up with some like fucking fancy advice, but like they're solid people that you can count on.
Yeah, they're blue collar. Just
Yeah, exactly.
for the most part, probably. Anyway. But yeah, my son's just not interested in sports at all. So I don't push him at all. But as long as he gets good grades, that's all I make sure of. But my daughter, one, I missed the sign-ups. They were so early. I don't really had them signed at the end of February. I said, Jesus Christ, I wasn't even thinking about something. But
Yeah.
they have a fall league down here. They have a fall league, so I want to get her into that. I don't know why it's so hard to find a guy I can sign up to. It's a small town. I called a bunch of people I know. Nobody gets back to me. Some people do. They can't find school. I don't know. But
Look on
I'm
Facebook.
gonna definitely.
Or tell your wife to look on Facebook.
I did. I went on Facebook. I went online. I called 3 people. I called the school, and a couple of people went way out of their way for me to find out. And they felt bad. That's why they're not doing it anymore, because they don't want to be, and they're on top.
Yeah.
One guy he's the president of the league. He's done. This kid grew up. But I finally got some guy's number now, and he tell him twice. I'm gonna fucking hunt him down. I'm gonna have to choke him. But I'll get. I want to make sure I don't miss the sign up for the fall. They say it's a good league to play in. We'll see.
We met when we were at the college yesterday. We met a bunch of student athletes, and they're like introducing themselves and like telling us their sport. And like,
Yeah.
one of them, Like she just came up and she's just like fucking. She looks strong as fuck, and I just knew she was gonna say softball. And she's like, "My name's Jennifer. I play softball." And I'm like, "Fucking A, you do." Like, god damn.
You'll probably drive a Jeep.
Yeah, she's the catcher. Like, there's no you.
Softball's a good sport.
Oh, it's great. Yeah, softball's a lot different than baseball too.
Yeah, oh yeah. That's why I don't know that much about it. I try to teach her a little bit. Like, you know, she don't have to learn that much, just how to play.
Yeah, and when they're young, it's like, who gives a fuck? Right, let them run around. Like, have you ever seen a girls' soccer match?
They kick
Like
the ball
fucking
out. Yeah,
yeah, just kick the ball out of bounds the whole time. Like as soon as it gets on their side of the field, kick it out. It's like, oh shit. Don't try to use any control or fucking anything. Just kick the fucking ball out. Slow the game down.
yeah, like watching paint.
We finally got actually today we're gonna go meet the coaches and everything. But that's how I got a hold of the Scranton Vikings people for football. Because we couldn't get a hold of anybody. The signups, there was nobody there. They said that they only have 4 spots available on the team, but then my wife finally got a hold of the wife of like the director on Facebook and asked her, and then she's like, "Yeah, we can do it." So, oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, I don't know why the fuck it's so hard. Because I could find the Old Forge Lions Little League, right? But there's no contact there. There's there's no nothing for me to contact anybody. It just says it's the Old Forge Lions. Maybe I could send a message to them. I'm not sure. I'm not a big Facebook guy, but I mean, maybe. I don't know. I have to look into that. I got to get this other guy. I got this. And I think I know him. But yeah, when I was a kid, I just showed up at practice. Like, I want to play. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Everybody could.
Everything years later, like a week later, you bring all your shit.
Exactly. Yeah, because they knew people would quit.
Yeah, like it was just.
Yeah.
Even the baseball, I joined baseball, Little League, the young kids, and I was riding my bike and I saw them practicing, and my buddy yells to me. I came over, I joined. That was it. They threw me a glove, I start playing.
Yep.
My father's like, "How do you even know how to play baseball?" He didn't even know. Now they make it a big deal, though. I guess. I know that the cheerleaders are real fucking nuts with the kids.
I hate that shit. Yeah, they go on all the competitions and the fucking.
Yeah, like come on, what the fuck?
I'm not a huge fan of like how they do that. Like put these kids in like these cheerleading uniforms and then they put a bunch of makeup on them and put a bunch of like fake eyelashes and shit on them. It's like you're not judging them what they look like, right? You shouldn't be, because you're supposed to be judging them on their skill level of cheer. Like, so who gives a fuck? They don't need to be all make-upped up. That's stupid.
No, especially when they're young.
Yeah. Yeah, softball looks like baseball, but yeah. Baseball is the only sport where you have like, you don't have like a standard set body type for like baseball players. It's kind of like all shapes and sizes for baseball. You never heard of softball? That's funny. Maybe they just don't have it other places.
I'll tell you what, college softball is super entertaining to watch. I don't know if you ever watched it. Like on
yeah, I'd rather watch college baseball too.
Oh yeah, I never really watched. I watched a little bit. I'm not a baseball. I don't like
dodgeball.
I know it's similar to softball, but a little slow for me. But college is probably better than the major league. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why. Because you guys, you have people in college wanting to win. You know, they don't care about like, it's just a game.
Yeah. And the skill level, there's a little bit bigger gaps there, so you get a little bit better. They're
Yeah.
skilled, they're nice, fun to watch, but at least you get a little bit of, because women's hockey was pretty good to watch too, like in the Olympics. And another really good sport I loved was when they made it into the Olympics recently was rugby.
Yeah,
They
rugby.
have women and the women and the men. They were both fun. I think they're in the last one or two Olympics. And it's like a 5-on-5 deal. It's a quick game, pretty good.
No, I don't think we test the low. I think we bounce off 60 or 73, 74, to be honest, if we even get down there. It looks like these sellers are getting stuck on 75 here. I kind of want to buy right now, 75.
Yeah, that's
Be
76
honest.
is one of your levels.
But I mean, I could be way off. We're starting to make lower lows on a lot of these internals here. Here's the S&P, right? We're back below zero. You're starting to, you got that kind of peak, and now we're making a lower low. So we're breaking out of this kind of uptrend that the market was in. Microsoft still holding, Apple still holding, Nvidia balancing out here. The Volt is still down. You got the weighted AD slowly trying to climb down here. Dow looking lower. Nasdaq coming back close to zero. So I gotta run and go grab the kids. It's funny. I guess not every sport is everywhere.
Yeah, he doesn't have softball. Where's that?
Thomas is in. Where are you? Where are you at? In the Netherlands? Oh, Lithuania. There's the close of those singles. Yeah, I mean, it could, right? It could come all the way down because we still have all of these singles here because this low is a mechanical low. So I mean, theoretically, it could come down, test these lower singles. Definitely not out of the question. We're seeing a push pull here, right? Healthcare really kind of leading the charge on this.
Could run back up to the V1 too. We gotta watch that. Like that.
Yeah, I'm still looking for a long, to be honest with you. I kind of like this long on 75 if they can pop that. But I gotta go get the kids, so I'm not gonna be able to do shit. Actually. I'll be back. Well, Bitcoin broke that. I just got an alert on my phone that 26,700. It's down to 26.5, so it's breaking below that balance too right now. So Kevin should be pretty happy because I'm pretty sure he was short. What's this I'm saying about shorting in here? It's what? My bag. I don't know where your bag's at, Curtis. It's not my bag. Your backpack? Yeah. Oh. Curtis, get a broom down here and clean this up. Where were you short from, Hoppy? What? No, you're not watching YouTube. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
next time I'll have a cookie.
Yeah, I already said yeah. What are the odds that we finish on a spike higher? Anyone want to take the bet? Overall, today's looking like a balanced day, though. So far. All right, excess on the low, excess on the high. Pretty decent structure on both sides. Have a weak low here. Got cleaned up here, but then sellers kind of ran out again. You have kind of a ledge here, 94. Yeah. Yeah, so if we pop the 94, we can kind of assume that they're gonna be unlocked, and then we should trade higher. But if we fail at that level, like say we fail like at the C high, just around this area, then decent odds we rotate back towards the POC. Hey. Nice, I'm back.
25 years on this from tonight till tomorrow morning. Last.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, you know, just making the market my bitch all day.
Have you pitched really good today?
I traded really good today, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, like I got long like as soon as the market opened and then just held on back in and then held on some more and then I don't have anything on now, but
Yeah, I not took any trades today. I didn't get back to from work till late. Just watching. It's always the days when I'm fucking not on the chart. You get movement.
yeah. That's how I felt about yesterday. I was getting so pissed. And the NASDAQ was the play today, though. The NASDAQ's up like fucking 2. Tobias, those options are almost in the money.
There's still fucking decent volume up here coming in.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the close of those singles is 2075 up here. So, or the gap, I mean. So you got to figure people are probably there's probably people like starting new shorts, but then also getting out of shorts because they're afraid that Powell's gonna just fucking. He's not on until like noon though. He's on at 11. Yeah, so he's on at 11. I only traded 12 lots today total.
Nice risk management.
6 of them were on the first trade, so.
Oh, you just got in heavy early.
I did get heavy early. And I was sweating too for a while because the market during A period was kind of like bouncing around. I was like, come on.
Was you going just playing like the break of the balance?
I would just every time the market would dip a little bit, I would buy it, and then it got above the open, and then I started buying it. I was long like 68, 69, and then it popped up to 71. I added another one on 71, and then it dipped back down below the open for a second in B period, and I had my stop all at the A low. I was like sweating my ass off for a second. My initial entry though was really nice. What was my first entry? 64.75. So I had a good average. I think my average was probably like close to 69, 70 area. I wasn't really too much in the heat, but when it did come back down across the open, it started like, yeah.
And you've gone a little heavier.
It looked like it was just gonna, the bottom was gonna fall out, and I was like, damn it. I ended up working out okay. Nice, good shit. You closed them all out, Tobias? Good stuff, bro.
What are these numbers, Brad, on the right of the DOM?
They're like resting orders, so like they're called market buy orders. So basically, it's just telling us like
the lot size.
Exactly. So like right here, there's 200 lots, and then one of them's a 30 lot.
The biggest one within it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it only shows. I think it only shows 30 or above, or maybe it's 25 and above. Because I don't want to see like if we drag this thing out.
Loads of ones.
Exactly. See like fucking 81s set up. And like, okay, well, maybe it's 10 because here's an 11 right here, so maybe it's 10. I think. And this is the end of the market, so you always see fucking.
Yeah.
I'm pissed though because like right before I left to go get the kids, I was like, who wants to bet that the market ends up on a spike? But I was like, I can't take the trade because I'm not going to be home to manage it. And if it starts to go lower,
Yeah,
and
and
I
you give away
give
your
back,
fucking
I'm going to be
good day.
pissed.
Yeah.
But it was like, that would have been nice.
Yeah, it could have been a great day.
Every time I leave, the market moves. Yeah. Seriously.
You got a few loaves anyway. You're alright.
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Except for the fucking air conditioner, man, came over to my house today and wants to charge me like 20 grand to put air conditioner. I was like, I'll just die, I guess. The VIX got crushed again too. It's closing at 16. So here's what I'm thinking then. So now that market's closed, we can kind of theorize a little bit. So look where we're closing at, above everything, right? So we're settlement's going to be probably like.
This is above like the big balance, right?
Everything, yeah. So
Yeah,
we'll
right.
do this chart. So we have this gap here. We traded into the gap today, right? The high of the day was that. No, wrong day. High of the day was 15.5. So this high here is. Oh, we're above that. Okay, yeah, above it. So this is the next mechanical reference. So overnight, I assume that we need to gap over high gamma 50, 30, 40, 56 puts selling on the bid. So people are selling a shitload of puts today. Let's see what those are at. Selling 4,200 puts. Damn. 4,200 should hold as support overnight. And then basically rolled these 4150s to 4,200. So 42.25. So we can assume maybe market gaps up overnight. 42.25. Opening above 42.25 should get continuation. Failure to open up, and we might trade back into this gap. That would be the bullish situation. So open tomorrow up here somewhere, maybe trade back into this gap, and then the market goes up. So there that gap's at. Bearish situation is if the market gaps up and then sells off before the market opens and we open back down here, it will probably rally and then fail. And that failure would just basically bring us back into balance, and then we'd start looking at the. Yeah, exactly. Everything's looking pretty decent. Dollar did well today. Opened high, traded lower, and then closed high. Bitcoin, 26.7. So it's closing right at that 26.7. So this is the scenario that we talked about earlier, right? The bullish situation. Oops. Bullish situation would be to have closed up here, but we kind of expected if it wasn't there, that 26.7 was going to come. I mean, it went much lower, obviously, but we're closing right at that 26.7. So overnight, if it starts to hold this 26.7, then we can kind of assume that this 27.4 is going to get retested, because we have a little balance here, a breakdown. The market's been balancing. We have a look below and fail, and we're kind of regaining this lower volume nodule. That should bring us back up. And if the market continues bullish, then you probably trade back up to these highs at 28.2. Bitcoin. Oil didn't do anything, traded inside today. ES. ETH kind of didn't do anything as well. Gold got an absolute smackarooski. I closed my gold short. My target was 54, but it just started to kind of dry up down there, so I decided to flatten it out. Nasdaq is breaking. Is breaking this uptrend or this downtrend from the big Basel. This kind of looks like a cup, right? Getting kind of like this rounded bottom, flattens, and kind of pops up. Next resistance on Nasdaq's up here at 14,000 is just below, but like 14.2. Then you have the gap up here at 14.65. Russell rebounded pretty decently today, right? It was a lagger. Silver looks like shit still. No surprise there. The VIX futures still down, sitting below 20 now. The Dow lagger, finished up great. Good trade if you were able to be patient and get that thing on the low. Bonds got smoked once again, and we're starting to see a bit of rollover there. Apple did well, back above. AMD also doing well, back above most of its levels. Amazon, same idea, breaking trend. Google, been on a broken trend, still going well. There's just a gap above 132. That it gapped up again. Microsoft super strong, finished on the high, held the 315 real nice. Netflix was on a tear today. It was up 10%, trading back into this resistance. Nvidia also on a fucking tear today, almost back to all-time highs. Up like 130 fucking percent this year. They have earnings. Yeah. Nvidia earnings are next week on the 24th. Selling some premium in there. Tesla, all basically closing the gap here. Almost closing the gap. Tesla's still not looking as strong as a lot of the other tech stocks. Kind of interesting. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Other than that, I gotta get ready for class and go punch some people in the face.
Take it easy, my man.
Yeah, you too.
I'll be around tomorrow, so I'll catch up with you tomorrow.
All right, sounds good, Tommy.
Take it easy, mate.
Bye. You guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Make sure you're managing risk, sticking to your trade plan, and I'll catch you guys later.